Chapter 13 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Kibbe. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 13. A Sentence. Come prepare. "Captain," said Roland quietly, "bring your crew ashore and fling these bales on board again as quickly as you can." An instant later the sailors were at work undoing their former efforts. "In mercy's name, Roland," wailed one of the stricken, "get a sword and cut our bonds." "All in good time," replied Roland. "The bales are more valuable to me than you are, and we have 2 barrels of gold at the foot of the cliff to bring in, if they haven't sunk in the Rhine. Greusel, do you and Eberhard take 2 of the crew, launch the small boat, and rescue the barrels if you can find them." "Mercy on us, Roland, mercy," moaned his former comrades. "I have already wasted too much mercy upon you," he said. "If I rescue you now, I shall be compelled to hang you in the morning as breakers of law, so I may as well leave you where you are and allow the Red Margrave to save me the trouble. The loss of his castle will not make him more compassionate, especially if he learns you were the cause of it. You will then experience some refined tortures, I imagine, for like myself he may think hanging too good for you. I should never have fired his castle had it not been for your rebellion." The men on the ground groaned but made no further appeal. Some of them were far-seeing enough to realize that an important change had come over the young man they thought so well known to them, who stood there with an air of indifference, throwing out a suggestion now and then for the more effective handling of the bales, suggestions carrying an impalpable force of authority that caused them to be very promptly obeyed. They did not know that this person, whom they had regarded as one of themselves, the youngest at that, treating him accordingly, had but a day or two before received a tremendous assurance, which would have turned the head of almost any individual in the realm, old or young. The assurance that he was to be supreme ruler over millions of creatures like themselves, a ruler whose lightest word might carry their extinction with it. Yet such is the strange littleness of human nature that, although this potent knowledge had been gradually exercising its effect on Roland's character, it was not the rebellion of the 18 or their mutinous words that now made him hard as granite towards them. It was the trivial fact that 4 of them had dared to manhandle him, had made a personal assault upon him, had pinioned his helpless arms, and flung a sword, that insignia of honor, to the feet of Kurzbold, leader of the revolt. The Lord's anointed, he was coming to consider himself, although not yet had the sacred ointment been placed upon his head. A temporal emperor and a vice-regent of heaven upon earth, his hand was destined to hold the invisible hilt of the almighty sword of vengeance. The words, "I will repay," were to reach their fulfillment through his action. Notwithstanding his youth, or perhaps because of it, he was animated by deep religious feeling, and this, rather than ambition, explained the celerity with which he agreed to the proposals of the archbishops. The personage the prisoners saw standing on the rock ledge of Furstenberg was vastly different from the young man who, a comrade of comrades, had departed from Frankfurt in their company. They beheld him plainly enough, for there was now no need of torches along the foreshore. The night was crimson in its brilliancy, and down the hill came a continuous roar, like that of the Rhine fall 70 leagues away. Into this red glare the small boat and its 4 occupants entered, and Roland saw with a smile that 2 well-filled casks formed its freight. The bales were now aboard the barge again, and the commander ordered the crew to help the quartet in the small boat with the lifting of the heavy barrels. Greusel and Eberhard clambered over the side, and came thus to the ledge where Roland stood, as the crew rolled the barrels down into the cabin. "Lieutenant," said the commander, "select 2 stout battle-axes from that heap. Follow the chain up the hill until you reach that point where it is attached to the thick rope. Cut the rope with your axes, and draw down the chain with you, thus clearing a passage for the barge." The 2 men chose battle-axes, then turned to their leader. "Should we not get our men aboard," they said, "before the barge is free? These rebels are prisoners of the Red Margrave. They belong to him and not to me. Where they are, there they remain." The lieutenants, with one impulse, advanced to their commander, who frowned as they did so. A cry of despair went up from the pinioned men, but Kurzbold shouted, "Cut him down, Eberhard, and then release us. In the name of the guild I call on you to act. He is unarmed. Cut him down. 'Tis foul murder to desert us thus." The cutting down could easily have been accomplished, for Roland stood at their mercy, weaponless since the émeute on the barge. Notwithstanding the seriousness of the occasion, the optimistic Eberhard laughed, although everyone else was grave enough. "Thank you, Kurzbold, for your suggestion. We have come forward not to use force, but to try persuasion. Roland, you cannot desert to death the men whom you conducted out of Frankfurt." "Why can I not?" "I should have said a moment ago that you will not, but now I say you cannot. Kurzbold has just shown what an irreclaimable beast he is, and on that account, because birth, or training, or something has made you one of different caliber, you cannot thus desert him to the reprisal of that red fiend up the hill. If I save him now, it will be but to hang him an hour later. I am no hangman while the Margrave is. I prefer that he should attend to my executions." Again Eberhard laughed. "'Tis no use, Roland, pretending abandonment, for you will not abandon. I thoroughly favor choking the life out of Kersbold and one or two of the others, and will myself volunteer for the office of headsman, carrying, as I do, the axe. But let everything be done decently and in order, that a dignified execution may follow on a fair trial." "Commander," shouted the captain from the deck of the barge, "make haste, I beg of you. The rope connecting with the castle has been burnt, and the chain is dragging free. The current is swift, and this barge heavy. We shall be away within minutes." "Get your crew ashore on the instant," cried Roland, "and fling me these despicable burdens aboard. A man at the head, another at the heels, and toss each into the barge. Is there time, Captain, to take this heap of cutlery with us as trophies of the fray?" "Yes," replied the captain, "if we are quick about it." The howling human packages were hurled from ledge to barge. The strong, unerring sailors, accustomed to the task, heaved no man into the water. Others as speedily fell upon the heap of weapons, and threw them clattering on the deck. All then leaped aboard, and Roland, motioning his lieutenants to precede him, was the last to climb over the prow. The chain came down over the stones with a clattering run, and fell with a great splash into the river. The barge, now clear, swung with the current stern foremost. The sailors got to their oars, and gradually drew their craft away from the shore. A little farther from the landing, those on deck, looking upstream, enjoyed an uninterrupted view of the magnificent conflagration. The huge stone castle seemed to glow white-hot. The roof had fallen in, and a seething furnace reddened the midnight sky. Like a flaming torch the great tower roared to the heavens. The whole hilltop resembled the crater of an active volcano. Timber floors and wooden partitions, long seasoned, proved excellent material for the incendiaries, and even the stones were crumbling away, falling into the gulf of fire, sending up a dazzling eruption of sparks as section after section tumbled into this earthly Hades. The long barge floated placidly down a river resembling molten gold. The boat was in disarray, covered with bales of cloth not yet lowered into the hold, cluttered here and there with swords, battle-axes, and spears. In the various positions where they had been flung lay the helpless men, some on their faces, some on their backs. The deck was as light as if the red setting sun were casting his rays upon it. Roland seated himself on a bale, and said to the captain, "Turn all these men face upward," and the captain did so. "Eberhard, you said execution should take place after a fair trial. There is no necessity to call witnesses or to go through any court of law formalities. You two are perfectly cognizant of everything that has taken place, and no testimony will either strengthen or weaken that knowledge. As a preliminary, take Kersbold, the new president, and Ginsbein, his lieutenant, from among that group and set them apart. 2 members of the crew will carry out this order," which was carried out accordingly. Roland rose, walked among the prostrate row, and selected, apparently at haphazard, 4 others, then said to the members of his crew, "Place these 4 men beside their leader." "Left to myself," he continued to his lieutenants, "I should hang the 6. However, I shall take no hand in the matter. I appoint you, Joseph Gressel, and you, Gottlieb Eberhard, as judges, with power of life and death. If your verdict on any or all of the accused is death, I shall use neither the axe nor the cord, but propose flinging them into the river, and if God wills them to reach the shore alive, their binding will be no hindrance to escape." Kersbold and his lieutenant broke out into alternate curses and appeals, protesting that Gressel and Eberhard had not been expelled from the guild, and calling upon them by their solemn oath of brotherhood to release them now that they possessed the power. To these appeals the newly appointed judges made no reply, and for once Eberhard did not laugh. The other 4 directed their applications to Roland himself. They had been misled, they cried, and deeply regretted it. Already they suffered punishment of a severity almost beyond power of human endurance, and they feared their bones were broken with the cudgeling, since which assault their bonds grievously tortured them. All swore amendment, and their grim commander still remaining silent, they asked him in what respect they were more guilty than the 12 others whom seemingly he intended to spare. At last Roland replied. "You 4, he said sternly, dared to lay hands upon me, and for that I demand from the judges a sentence of death." Even his 2 lieutenants gazed at him in amazement, that he should make so much of an action which they themselves had endured and nothing said of it. Surely the laying on of hands even in rudeness was not a capital crime, yet they saw, to their astonishment, that Roland was in deadly earnest. The leader turned a calm face toward their scrutiny, but there was a frown upon his brow. "Work while ye have the light," he said. "Judges, consider your decision and deliver your verdict." Gressel and Eberhard turned their backs on everyone, walked slowly aft and down into the cabin. Roland resumed his seat on the bale of cloth, elbows on his knees, and face in his hands. All appeals had ceased, and deep silence reigned, every man aboard the boat in a state of painful tension. The fire in the distant castle lowered and lowered, and darkness was returning to the deck of the barge. At last the judges emerged from the cabin, and came slowly forward. It was Greusel who spoke. "We wish to know if only these 6 are on trial." "Only these 6, replied Roland. "Our verdict is death," said Greusel. "Kersbold and Ginsbane are to be thrown into the Rhine bound as they lie, but the other 4 receive 1 chance for life, and that the cord shall be cut, leaving their limbs free." This seeming mercy brought no consolation to the quartet, for each plaintively proclaimed that he could not swim. "I thank you for your judgment," said Roland, "which I am sure you must have formed with great reluctance. Having proven yourself such excellent judges, I doubt not you will now act with equal wisdom as advisers. A phrase of yours, Eberhard, persists in my mind despite all efforts to dislodge it. You uttered on the ledge of rock yonder something to the effect that we left Frankfurt as comrades together. That is very true, and unless you override my resolution, I have come to the conclusion that if any of us are fated to die, the penalty shall be dealt by some other hand than mine. The 12 who lie here are scarcely less guilty than the 6 now under sentence, and I propose therefore to put ashore on the east bank Kersbold and Ginsbane, one a rogue, the other a fool. The 16 who remain have so definitely proven themselves to be simpletons that I trust they will not resent my calling them such. If, however, they abandon all claim to the comradeship that has been so much prated about, swearing by the 3 kings of Cologne faithfully to follow me and obey my every word without cavil or argument, I will pardon them. But the first man who rebels will show that my clemency has been misplaced, and I can assure them that it shall not be exercised again. Captain, your sailors are familiar with knotted ropes. Bid them release all these men except the 6 condemned." The boatmen, with great celerity, freed the prostrate captives from their bonds, but some of the mutineers had been so cruelly used in the cudgelling that it was necessary to assist them to their feet. The early summer daybreak was at hand, its approach heralded by the perceptible diluting of the darkness that surrounded them, and a ghastly pallid greyness began to overspread the surface of the broad river. Down the stream to the west, the towers of Bacharach could be faintly distinguished, looking like a dream city, the lower gloom of which was picked out here and there by points of light, each betokening an early riser. It was a deeply dejected, silent group that stood in this weird half-light, awaiting the development of Roland's mind regarding them. He, the youngest of their company, quiet, unemotional, whose dominion no one now thought of disputing. "Captain," he continued, "steer for the eastern shore. I know that Bacharach is the greatest wine mart on the Rhine, and well sustains the reputation of the drunken god for whom it is named, but we will nevertheless avoid it. There is a long island opposite the town, but a little farther down. I dare say you know it well. Place that island between us and Bacharach, and to tie up to the mainland out of view from the stronghold of Bacchus. He is a misleading god, with whom we shall hold no further commerce. Now, Joseph Greusel and Gottlieb Eberhard, do you two administer the oath of the 3 kings to these 12 men, but before doing so give each one his choice, permitting him to say whether he will follow Kersbold on the land or obey me on the water." Here Kersbold broke out again in trembling anger. "Your pretended fairness is a sham, and your bogus option a piece of your own sneaking dishonesty. What chance have we townsmen, put ashore, penniless, in an unknown wilderness, far from any human habitation, knowing nothing of the way back to Frankfurt? Your fraudulent clemency rescues us from drowning merely to doom us to starvation." The daylight had so increased that all might see the gentle smile coming to Roland's lips, and the twinkle in his eye as he looked at the wrathful Kersbold. "A most intelligent leader of men are you, Herr Comrade. I suppose this dozen will stampede to join your leadership. They must indeed be proud of you when they learn the truth. I shall present to each of you, out of my own store of gold that came from the castle you so bravely attacked last night, 1/2 the amount that is your due. This will be more money than any of you ever possessed before, each portion indeed excelling the total that you 18 accumulated during your whole lives. I could easily bestow your share without perceptible diminution of the fund we 3, unaided, extracted from the coffers of the Red Margrave. The reason I do not pay in full is this. When you reach Frankfurt, I must be assured that you will keep your foolish tongues silent. If any man speaks of our labors, I shall hear of it on my return, and will find that man his remaining half-share. It distresses me to expose your ignorance, Kersbold, but I put you ashore amply provided with money, barely 2/3 of a league from Lorch, where you spent so jovial an evening, and where a man with gold in his pouch need fear neither hunger nor thirst. Lorch may be attained by a leisurely walker in less than half an hour. Indeed, it is barely 2 leagues from this spot to Osmundshausen, and surely you know the road from that storehouse of red wine to the capital city of Frankfurt, having once traversed it. A child of 6 Gersbold might be safely put ashore where you shall set foot on land. Therefore, lieutenants, let each man know he will receive a bag of coin, and may land unmolested to accompany the brave and intelligent Gersbold. As he finished this declamation, that caused even some of the beaten warriors to laugh at their leader, the barge came gently alongside the strand, well out of sight of Bacharach. Each of the dozen swore the terrible, unbreakable oath of the 3 kings to be an obedient henchman to Roland. "You may," said Roland, "depart to the cabin, where a flagon of wine will be served to every man, and also an early breakfast. After that you are permitted to lie down and relax your swollen limbs, meditating on the extract from Holy Writ, which relates the fate of the blind when led by the blind." When the dozen limped away, the chief turned to his prisoners. "Against you 4 I bear resentment that I thought could not be appeased except by your expulsion. But your reflection shows me that you acted under instruction from the foolish leader you selected, and therefore the principal, not the agent, is most to blame. I give you the same choice I have accorded to the rest. Unloose them, captain, and while this is being done, Greusel, get 2 empty bags from the locker, open one of the casks, and place in each bag an amount which you estimate to be 1/2 the share which is Gersbold's due." The 4 men standing up took the oath, and thanked Roland for his mercy, hurrying away at a sign from him to their bread and wine. "Send hither," cried Roland after them, 2 of the men who have already refreshed themselves, each with a loaf of bread and a full flagon of wine. And now, captain, release Gersbold and Ginsbeen." When these 2 stood up and stretched themselves, the bearers of bread and wine presented them with this refreshment, and after they had partaken of it, Greusel gave them each a bag of gold, which they tied to their belts without a word, while Greusel and Eberhard waited to escort them to land. "We want our swords," said Gersbold sullenly. Eberhard looked at his chief, but he shook his head. "They have disgraced their swords," he said, "which now by right belong to the Margrave Hermann von Katznellenbogenstolek. Put them ashore, lieutenant." It was broad daylight, and the men had all come up from the cabin, standing in a silent group at the stern. Gersbold on the bank, foaming at the mouth with fury, shook his fist at them, roaring, "Cowards! Pigs! Dolts! Asses! Poltroons!" The men made no reply, but Eberhard's hearty laugh rang through the forest. "You have given us your titles, Gersbold," he cried. "Send us your address whenever you get one." "Captain," said Roland, "cast off. Cross to this side of that island, and tie up there for the day. Set a man on watch, relieving the sentinel every 2 hours. We have spent an exciting night, and will sleep till evening. Your honor, may I first stow away these bales, and dispose of the battle-axes, spears, and broadswords, so to clear the deck? You may do that, captain, at sunset. As for the bales, they make a very comfortable couch upon which I intend to rest." End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 14. The Prisoner of Ehrenfels. There is inspiration in the sight of armed men marching steadily together, men well disciplined, keeping step to the measured clank of their armor. Like a great serpent, the soldiers of Cologne issued from the forest, coming down 2 and 2, for the path was narrow. They would march 4 abreast when they reached the river road, and the evolutions which accomplished this doubling of the columns without changing step or causing confusion called forth praise from the 2 southern archbishops. A beautiful tableau of amity and brotherly love was presented to the troops as they looked up at the 3 archbishops standing together on the balcony in relief against the gray walls of the castle. The officers who were on horseback raised their swords sky-pointing from their helmets, for they recognized their overlord and his 2 notable confrères. With the motion of one man, the 3 archbishops acknowledged the salute. The troops cheered and cheered as the Anaconda made its sinuous way down the mountainside, and company after company came abreast the castle. The archbishops stood there until the last man disappeared down the river road on his way to Koblenz. "May I ask you," said Mayence, addressing Trev, "to conduct me to the flat roof of your castle? Will you accompany us?" he inquired of Cologne. Cologne and Trev being for once in agreement, the latter led the way, and presently the three stood on the broad stone plateau which afforded a truly striking panorama of the Rhine. The July sun, sinking in the west, transformed the river into a crimson flood, and at that height the cool evening breeze was delicious. Cologne stood with one hand on the parapet and gazed entranced at the scene, but the practical Mayence paid no attention whatever to it. "Your troublesome guest, Trev, has one more request to make, which is that you order his flag hoisted to the top of that pole." Trev at once departed to give this command, while Cologne, with clouded brow, turned from his appreciation of the view. "My lord," he said, "you have requested the raising of a signal." "Yes," was the reply. "A signal which calls your men from the Lahn to the landing at Stolzenfels?" "Yes," repeated Mayence. "My lord, I have kept my promise not only to the letter, but in the spirit as well. My troops are marching peaceably away, and will reach their barracks some time to morrow. Although I exacted no promise from you, you implied there was a truce between us, and that your army, like my company, was not to be called into action of any kind." "Your understanding of our pact is concisely stated, even though my share in that pact remained unspoken. A truce, did you say? Is it not more than that? I hope that my seconding of the nomination you proposed proved me in complete accord with your views." "I am not in effect your prisoner, then?" "Surely not. So contrary to the fact is such an assumption that I implore you to accept my hospitality. The signal which I see is now at the masthead calls for one barge only, and that contains no soldier, merely a captain and his 10 stout rowers, whom you may at this moment, if you turn round, see emerging from the mouth of the Lahn. I present to you and to the Countess von Sayn my Schloss of Martinsburg for as long as you may require it. It is well furnished, well provisioned, and attended to by a group of capable servants who are at your command. I suggest that you cross in my barge, in company with the Countess and her kinsman, the Reverend Father. You agree, I take it, to convoy the lady safely to her temporary restraint in Pfalz. It was her own request, you remember. I shall convoy her thither. I am trusting to you entirely. The distance is but 13 leagues, and can be accomplished easily in a day. Once on the other side of the river, she may dispatch her kinsman, or some more trustworthy messenger, to her own castle, and thus summon the 2 waiting women who will share her seclusion. Is it your intention, my lord, that her imprisonment shall—" The Archbishop of Mayence held up his thin hand with a gesture of deprecation. "I use no word so harsh as imprisonment. The penance, if you wish so to characterize it, is rather in the nature of a retreat, giving her needed opportunity for reflection and, I hope, for regret. Nevertheless, my lord, your action seems to me unnecessarily severe. How long do you propose to detain her?" "I am pained to hear you term it severity, for her treatment will be of the mildest description. I thought you would understand that no other course was open to me. So far as I am personally concerned, she might have said what pleased her, with no adverse consequences. But she flouted the highest court of the realm, and such contempt cannot be overlooked." As for the duration of her discipline, it will continue until the new emperor is married, after which celebration the countess is free to go whither she pleases. I shall myself call at Faust 4 days from now, that I may be satisfied the lady enjoys every comfort the castle affords, and also perhaps to be certain she is there immured. Mayence's thin lips indulged in a wry smile. "I need no such assurance," he said, "since my Lord of Cologne has pledged his word to see that the order of the court is carried out." The conversation was here interrupted by the return of Trev. Already the great barge was halfway across the river. The surging, swift current swept it some distance below Stausenfels, and the rowers five-a-side were working strenuously to force it into slower waters. Lord, lady, and monk crossed over to the mouth of the Lahn, and the barge returned immediately to convey across horses and escort. As the valley of the Lahn opened out, it presented a picture of quiet sylvan beauty, apparently uninhabited by any living thing. The Archbishop of Cologne rose and, shading his eyes from the still radiant sun, gazed intently up the little river. No floating craft was anywhere in sight. He turned to the captain. "Where is the flotilla from Mayence?" he asked. "Flotilla, my lord?" "Yes. 100 barges sailed down from Mayence in the darkness either last night or the night before, taking harbor here in the Lahn." "My lord, even one barge, manned as this is, could not have journeyed such a distance in so short a time, and indeed for a flotilla to attempt the voyage, except in daylight, would have been impossible. No barges have come down the Rhine for months, and had they ventured, the little Lahn is too shallow to harbor them." "Thank you, Captain. I appear to be ignorant both of the history and the geography of this district. If I were to ask you and your stout rowers to take me down through the swiftest part of the river to Koblenz, how soon would we reach that town?" "Very speedily, my lord, but I could undertake no such voyage except at the command of my master. He is not one to be disobeyed." "I quite credit that," said Cologne, sitting down again. The momentary desire to recall his marching troops that had arisen when he saw the empty Lahn dying down when he realized how effectually he had been outwitted. When the horses were brought across, Father Ambrose, at the request of the countess, rode back to Sayn and sent forward the two waiting women whom she required, and so well did he accomplish his task that they arrived at Schloss Martinsburg before 10 of the clock that night. At an early hour next morning the little procession began its journey up the Rhine, his lordship and the countess in front, the 6 horsemen bringing up the rear. The lady was in a mood of deep dejection. The regret which Mayence had anticipated as a result of imprisonment already enveloped her. It was only too evident that the Archbishop of Cologne was bitterly disappointed, for he rode silently by her side, making no attempt at conversation. They rested for several hours during midday, arriving at Cobb before the red sun set, and now the countess saw her pinnacled prison lying like an anchored ship in midstream. At Cobb they were met by a bearded, truculent-looking ruffian, who introduced himself to the Archbishop as the Pfalzgraf von Stahleck. "You take us rather by surprise, Prince of Cologne," he said. "It is true that my overlord, the Archbishop of Mayence, called upon me several days ago while descending the Rhine in his 10-oared barge, and said there was a remote chance that a prisoner might shortly be given into my care. This had often happened before, for my castle covers some gruesome cells that extend under the river, cells with secret entrances not easily come by should anyone search the castle. It is sometimes convenient that a prisoner of state should be immured in one of them when the archbishop has no room in his own Schloss Ehrenfels. So I paid little attention, and merely said the prisoner would receive a welcome on arrival. This morning there came one of the archbishop's men from Stolzenfels, and both my wife and myself were astonished to learn that the prisoner would be here this evening under your escort, my lord, and that it was a woman we were to harbor. Further, she was to be given the best suite of rooms we had in the castle, and to be treated with all respect as a person of rank. Now, this apartment is in no state of readiness to receive such a lady, much less to house one of the dignity of your lordship. It does not matter for me, replied the archbishop, being, as I may say, pot soldier. The bed on board of an inn is quite acceptable upon occasion. Oh no, your highness, such a hardship is not to be thought of. The castle of Guttenfels, standing above us, is comfortable as any on the Rhine. Its owner, the Count Palatine, is fellow elector of yours, and a very close friend of my overlord of Mayence, and I am told they vote together whenever my overlord needs his assistance. That is true, commented Cologne. My overlord sent word that anything I needed for the accommodation of her ladyship, he, recognizing that my warning had been short, I should requisition from the Count Palatine. So at midday I went up to call upon him, not saying anything, of course, about state prisoners, male or female. The moment he heard that you, my lord, were visiting this neighborhood, he begged me to tender to you and to all your companions or following the hospitality of his castle for so long as you might honor him with your presence. The Count Palatine is very gracious, and I shall be glad to accept shelter and refreshment. He would have been here to greet your highness, but I was unable to inform him at what hour you would arrive, so I waited for you myself, and will be pleased to guide you to the gates of Guttenfels. The conversation was interrupted by a great clatter of galloping horses descending the hill with reckless speed, and at its foot swinging round into the main street of the town. "Ha!" cried the amateur jailer. "Here is the Count Palatine himself, and thus it is our fate to meet the fourth elector of the empire, who, added to the three archbishops, formed a quorum so potent that it could elect or depose an emperor at will." The cavalry of the Count Palatine was composed of 50 fully armed men, and their gallop through the town roused the echoes of that ancient bailiwick which, together with the castle, belonged to the Palatinate. The powerful noble extended a cordial welcome to his fellow elector, and together they mounted to the castle of Guttenfels. At dinner that night the Count Palatine proved an amiable host. Under his geniality the charming Countess von Sayn gradually recovered her lost good spirits, and forgot she was on her way to prison. After all, she was young, naturally joyous, and loved interesting company, especially that of the two electors, who were well informed and had seen much of the world. The archbishop also shook off some of his somberness, indeed all of it, as the flagons flowed. Being asked his preference in wine, he replied that yesterday he had been regaled with a very excellent sample of Oberwessler. That is from this neighborhood, replied the Count. Oberwessel lies but a very short distance below, on the opposite side of the river, but we contend that our beverage of Cobb is at least equal, and sometimes superior. You shall try a good vintage of both. How did you come by Oberwessler so far north of Stausenfels? Simply because I was so forward, counting on the good nature of my friend of Trev, that I stipulated for Oberwessler. Ah, I am anxious to know why. For reasons of history, not of the palate, a fair English princess was guest at Stausenfels long ago, and this wine was served to her. In that case, returned the Count, I also shall fall back on history, on first order brimming tankards of old Cobb. Really, madame, he said, turning to Hildegund, we should have had royalty here to meet you, instead of two old wine bibbers like his Highness and myself. The girl looked startled at this mention of royalty, bringing to her mind the turbulent events of yesterday. Nevertheless, with great composure she smiled at her enthusiastic host. "Still," went on the Count, "if we are not royal ourselves, 'tis a degree we are empowered to confer, and indeed may be very shortly called upon to bestow. That is true from what I hear, is it not, your Highness?" "Yes," replied the Archbishop gravely. "Well, as I was about to say, this castle belonged to the Falkensteins, and was sold by them to the Palatinate. Rumor, legend, history, call it what you like, asserts that the most beautiful woman ever born on the Rhine was Countess Beatrice of Falkenstein. But when I drink to the toast I am about to offer, I shall, madam," he smiled at Hildegard, "assert that the legend no longer holds, a contention I am prepared to maintain by mortal combat. Know, then, that the Earl of Cornwall, who was elected King of Germany in 1257, met Beatrice of Falkenstein in this castle. The meeting was brought about by the electors themselves, who, stupid matchmakers, attempted to coerce each into a marriage with the other. Beatrice refused to marry a foreigner. The chronicles are a little vague about the most interesting part of the negotiations, but minutely plain about the outcome. In some manner the Earl and Beatrice met, and he became instantly enamored of her. This is the portion so deplorably slurred by these old monkish writers. I need hardly tell you that the Earl himself succeeded where the seven electors failed. Beatrice became Cornwall's wife and Queen of Germany, and they lived happily ever afterwards. "I give you the toast," cried the chivalrous Count Palatine, rising, "to the cherished memory of the royal lovers of Guttenfels." The Archbishop's eyes twinkled as he looked across the table at Hildegard. "This seems to be a time of royal betrothals," he said, raising his flagon. "Seems is the right word, guardian," replied the Countess. Then she sipped the ancient wine of Cobb. Next morning Hildegard was early afoot. Notwithstanding her trouble of mind, she had slept well, and awakened with the birds, so great is the influence of youth and health. During her last conscious moments the night before, as she lay in the stately bed of the most noble room the castle contained, she bitterly accused herself for the disastrous failure of the previous day. The Archbishop of Cologne had given her good counsel that was not followed, and his disappointment with the result, generously as he endeavored to conceal it, was doubtless the deeper because undiscussed. Thinking of coming captivity, a dream of grim falls was expected, but instead the girl's spirit wandered through the sweet seclusion of Nonnenworth, living again that happy earlier time, free from politics and the tramp of armed men. In the morning the porter, at her behest, withdrew bolt, bar, and chain, allowing exit into the fresh, cool air. On skirting the castle, she arrived at a broad terrace which fronted it. A fleecy mist, extending from shore to shore, concealed the waters of the Rhine and partially obliterated the little village of Cobb at the foot of the hill. Where she stood the air was crystal clear, and she seemed to be looking out on a broad snowfield of purest white. Beyond Cobb its surface was pierced by the dozen sharp pinnacles of her future prison, looking like a bed of spikes upon which one might imagine a giant martyr impaled by the verdict of a cruel archbishop. Gazing upon this nightmare castle, whose tusks alone were revealed, the girl formulated the resolution but faintly suggested the night before. On her release should ensue an abandonment of the world on the adoption of a nun's veil in the convent opposite Drachenfels, and island exchanged for an island, turmoil for peace. At breakfast she met again the jovial Count Palatine and her more sober guardian, who both complimented her on the result of her beauty rest, the one with great gallantry, the other with more reserve, as befitted a churchman. The archbishop seemed old and haggard in the morning light, and it was not difficult to guess that no beauty sleep had soothed his pillow. It wrung the girl's heart to look at him, and again she accused herself for lack of old tact and discretion, wishing that her guardian took his disappointment more vengefully, setting her to some detested task that she might willingly perform. The hospitable Count, eager that they should stop at least another night under his roof, pressed his invitation upon them, and the Archbishop gave a tacit consent. "If the Countess is not too tired," said Cologne, "I propose that she accompany me on a little journey I have in view farther up the river. We will return here in the evening." "I should be delighted," cried Hildegard, "for all sense of fatigue has been swept away by a most restful night." The good natured Count left them to their own devices, and shortly afterwards guardian and ward rode together down the steep declivity to the river. The mist was already driven away, except a wisp here and there clinging to the gray surface of the water, trailing along as if drawn by the current, for the air was motionless and there was promise of a sultry day. They proceeded in silence until a bend in the Rhine shut Cobb and its sinister water prison out of sight, and then it was the girl who spoke. "Guardian," she said, "have I offended you beyond forgiveness?" A gentle smile came to his lips as he gazed upon her with affection. "You have not offended me at all, my dear," he said, "but I am grieved at thwarting circumstance. I have been thinking over circumstances, too, and hold myself solely to blame for their baffling opposition. I will submit without demur to whatever length of imprisonment may please, and if possible soften the Archbishop of Mayence. After my release I shall ask your consent that I may forthwith join the sisterhood at Nonnenwerth. I wish to divide my wealth equally between yourself and the convent." The Archbishop shook his head. "I could not accept such donation." "Why not? The former Archbishop of Cologne accepted lint from my ancestress Matilda." "That was intended to be but a temporary loan." "Well, call my benefaction temporary if you like, to be kept until I call for it, but meanwhile to be used at your discretion." "It is quite impossible," said the Archbishop firmly. "Does that mean you will not allow me to adopt a religious life?" "It means, my child, that I should not feel justified in permitting this renunciation of the world until you knew more of what you were giving up. I know enough already. You think so, but your experience of it is too recent for us to expect unbiased judgment this morning. I should insist on a year at least, and preferably 2 years, part of that time to be spent in Frankfurt and in Cologne. I anticipate a great improvement in Frankfurt when the new emperor comes to the throne. If at the end of 2 years you are still of the same mind, I shall offer no further opposition. I shall never change my intention. Perhaps not. I am told that the determination of a woman is irrevocable, so a little delay does not much matter. Meanwhile, another problem passes my comprehension. I have thought and thought about it, and am convinced there is a misunderstanding somewhere, which possibly will be cleared away too late. I am quite certain that Father Ambrose did not meet Prince Roland in Frankfurt. "Do you then dispute the word of Father Ambrose?" asked the girl, quickly checking the accent of indignation that arose in her voice, for humility was to be her role ever after. Father Ambrose is at once both the gentlest and most truthful of men. He has undoubtedly seen somebody rob a merchant in Frankfurt. He has undoubtedly been imprisoned among wine casks. But that this thief and this jailer was Roland is incredible to me, who know the young man, and physically impossible, for Prince Roland at that time was himself a prisoner, as indeed he is today. Prince Roland cannot be liberated from Ehrenfels without an order signed by Mayence, Treves, and myself. I alone have not the power to encompass his freedom, and Mayence is equally powerless, although he is owner of the castle. Some scoundrel is walking the streets of Frankfurt pretending to be Roland. In that case, my lord, he would not deny his identity when accosted on the bridge. A very clever point, my dear, but it does not overcome my difficulty. There might be a dozen reasons why the rascal would not incriminate himself to any stranger who thus took him by surprise. However, it is useless to argue the question, for I persuade you as little as you persuade me. The practical thing is to fathom the misunderstanding and remove it. Will you assist me in this? Willingly, if I can, guardian. Very well. I must first inform you that your imprisonment is likely to be very short. You are to know that the harmony supposed to exist in Stolzenfels is largely mythical. I left behind me the seeds of discord. I proposed that the glum niece of Treves, whom you met at our historic lunch, should be the future Empress. This nomination was seconded by Mayence himself and received with unconcealed joy by my brother of Treves. Then for once the court was unanimous. I think your choice an admirable one. The Archbishop of Mayence does not agree with you, my dear. Then why did he second your nomination? Because he is so much more clever than Treves, who a few minutes later would have been the seconder. Why should his lordship of Mayence think one thing and act another? Why is he always doing it? No one can guess what Mayence really thinks if he is judged by what he says. Were Treves' niece to become empress, her uncle would speedily realize his power, and Mayence would lose his leadership. Could Mayence today secretly promote you to the position of empress, he would gladly do so. But won't he at once look for someone else? Certainly. That choice is now occupying his mind. His seconding of the nomination was merely a ruse to gain time. But if he proposes anyone else, he will find both Treves and myself against him. His only hope of circumventing the ambition of Treves is that something may happen, causing you to change your mind concerning Prince Roland. You forget, guardian, protested the girl, that his lordship of Mayence said he would not permit me to marry Prince Roland after the way I had spoken and acted. He said that, my dear, under the influence of great resentment against you, but Mayence never allows resentment or any other feeling to stand in the way of his own interests. If you wrote him a contrite letter regretting your defiance of him and expressing your willingness to bow to his wishes, I am very sure he would welcome the communication as a happy solution of the quandary in which he finds himself. You wish me to do this, guardian? She asked wistfully. Not until you are satisfied that Prince Roland is innocent of the charges you make against him. How can I receive such assurance? Ah, now you come to the object of this apparently purposeless journey. I have had much experience in the world you are so anxious to renounce, and although I have seen the wicked prosper for a time, yet my faith has never been shaken in an overruling providence. And what happened last night set me thinking so deeply that daylight stole in upon my meditations. Oh, my poor guardian, I knew you had not slept, and all because of a worthless creature like myself, and a wicked creature too, for I did not see the hand of Providence so visible to you. Surely, my dear, a moment's thought would reveal it to you. Remember how we came almost to the door of the prison when a temporary reprieve was handed to us by that coarse reprobate, the false Graf. Your suite of rooms was not yet ready, and thus we found bestowed upon us another free day, a day of untrammeled liberty quite unlooked for. Now, much may be done in a day. An empire has been lost and won within a few hours. With this gift came a revelation. That wine blotched false Graf would have shown no consideration for you. To him a prisoner is a prisoner, to be cast anywhere, lock the door, and have done. But a wholesome fear had been instilled into him by his overlord. The Archbishop of Mayence had taken thought for your comfort, ordering that the best rooms in the castle should be placed at your disposal. Hence, after all that had passed, his lordship felt no malignancy against you, and I dare say would have been glad to rescind the order for your imprisonment were it not that he would never admit defeat. Oh, guardian, what an imagination is yours! I am sure his lordship of Mayence will never forgive me. His lordship of Mayence, my dear, is in a dilemma from which no one except yourself can extricate him. His own cleverness will extricate him. Perhaps. Still, I'm not troubling about him. My thoughts are much too selfish for that. I wish you to lift me from my uncertainty. You mean about Prince Roland? I shall do whatever you ask of me. I place no command, but I proffer a suggestion. It shall be a command, nevertheless. We have left your own prison far behind, and are approaching that of Prince Roland. To the door of that detaining castle I propose to lead you. I am forbidden by my compact with the other electors to see Prince Roland or to hold any communication with him. The custodian of the castle, who knows me well, will not refuse any request I make, even if I ask to see the young man himself. He will therefore not hesitate to admit you when I require him to do so. To take away any taint of surreptitiousness about my action, interfering, as one might say, with another man's house, I shall this evening write to the Archbishop of Mayence, tell him exactly what I have done and why. Do you intend, then, that I should see Prince Roland and talk with him? Yes. My dear guardian, cried the girl, her face flushing red, what on earth can I say to him? How am I to excuse my intrusion? A prisoner, I fancy, does not resent intrusion, especially if the intruder is. The old man smiled as he looked at the girl, whose blush grew deeper and deeper. Then, seeing her confusion, he added, there are many things to say. Introduce yourself as the ward of his lordship of Cologne. Reveal that your guardian has confided to you that Prince Roland is to be the future emperor. Ask for some assurance from him that the property descending to you from your ancestors shall not be molested, or perhaps better still, with the same introduction, tell him this story of Father Ambrose. Add that this has disquieted you, demand the truth, hearken to what the youth says for himself, thank him and withdraw. It needs no long conversation, though I am prepared to hear that he wished to lengthen your stay. I am certain that 5 minutes face to face with him will completely overturn all Father Ambrose has said to his disparagement, and a few simple words from him will probably dispel their whole mystery. If someone is personating him in Frankfort, it is more than likely he knows who it is. They traveled a generous furlong together in silence, the girl's head bowed and her brow troubled. At last, as if with an effort, she cleared doubt away and raised her head. I will do it, she said decisively. The Archbishop heaved a deep sigh of relief. He knew now he was out of the wood. Is this Assmannshausen we are coming to? She asked, as if to hint that the subject on which they had talked so earnestly was finally done with. No, this is Lorch, and that is the castle of Nollich standing above it. I hope, said the girl with a sigh of weariness, that no English princess about to marry an emperor lodged there, or no Englishman who was to become an emperor. The Archbishop interrupted the plaint with a hearty laugh, the first he had enjoyed for several days. The English seem an interfering race, she went on. I wish they would attend to their own affairs. Nollich is uncontaminated, said the Archbishop, though in olden days a reckless knight on horseback rode up to secure his lady love, and I believe rode down again with her, and his route is still called the Devil's Ladder. Did the marriage turn out so badly? No, I believe they lived happily ever after, but the ascent was so cliff-like that mountain sprites are supposed to have given their assistance. How much farther is Assmannshausen? Less than 2 leagues. We will stop there and refresh ourselves. Are you tired? Oh, no, not in the least. I merely wish the ordeal was past. You are a brave girl, Hildegund. I am anything but that, guardian. Still, do not fear I shall flinch. After partaking of the midday meal at Assmannshausen, the Countess proposed that they should leave their horses in the stable and walk the short third of a league to Ehrenfels, and to this her guardian agreed. He found more difficulty with the custodian than had been expected. The man objected, trembling. Without a written order from his master, he dare not allow anyone to visit the prisoner. He would be delighted to oblige his lordship of Cologne, but he was merely a poor wretch who had no option in the matter. Very well, said Cologne, I have just come from your master, who is stopping with my brother Trev at Stosenfels. If you persist, I must then request lodgings from you until such time as a speedy messenger can bring your master hither. This journey may cause him great inconvenience, and should such be the case, I fear you will fare ill with him. That may be, my lord, but I must do my duty. Are you sure you have already done it on all occasions? Asked the Archbishop severely. The man's face became ghastly in its pallor. I don't know what you mean, my lord. Then I will quickly tell you what I mean. It is rumored that Prince Roland has been seen on the streets of Frankfurt. How? How could that be, my lord? That is exactly what I wish to know. I believe the prince is not in your custody. I assure you, my lord, said the now thoroughly frightened man, that his highness is in his room. Very well, then conduct this lady thither. Although she does not know the prince, a relative of hers who does asserts that he met his highness in Frankfurt. I said this was impossible if you had done that duty you prate so much about. The lady merely wishes to ask him for some explanation of this affair, so make your choice. Shall she go up with you now, or must I send for the other two archbishops? There was but one comforting phrase in this remark, namely, that the lady did not know the prince. Still, it was a dreadful risk, yet the custodian hesitated no longer. He took down a bunch of keys and asked the countess to follow him. Ascending the stair, he unlocked the door and stood aside for the countess to pass through. Some one with wildly tousled hair sat sprawling in a chair, arms on the table and head sunk forward down upon them. A full tankard of wine within his reach and a flagon had been overset, sluicing the table with its contents, which still fell drip, drip, drip to the floor. The young man raised his head, aroused by the harsh unlocking of the door, and with the crash it made as his father flung it hard against the stone wall for the purpose of giving him warning. But the youth was in no condition to profit by this thoughtfulness, nor to understand the signals his father made from behind the frightened girl. He clutched wildly at the overturned flagon, and with an oath cried, "Bring me more wine, you old—" Staggering to his feet, he threw the flagon wide, then slipped on the spilled wine and fell heavily to the floor, roaring defiance at the world. The panic-stricken girl shrank back, crying to the jailer, "Let me out! Close the door quickly and lock it," an order obeyed with alacrity. When Hildegund emerged to the court, her guardian asked no question. The horror in her face told all. "I am sorry, my lord," said the cringing custodian, "but his highness is drunk." "Does this happen often?" "Alas, yes, my lord." Poor lad, poor lad! The sins of the father shall be visited on the children to the third and fourth generation. Hildegund, forgive me. Let us away and forget it all." The next morning the countess began her imprisonment in Fals. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 15. Journey's End and Lover's Meeting. Roland slept until the sun was about an hour high over the western hills. He found the captain waiting patiently for him to awake, and then that useful martinet instantly set his crew at tying up the bales which had been torn open, placing them once more in the hold. He was about to do the same with the weapons captured from Furstenberg, but Groussel stepped forward and asked him to put pikes, battle axes, and the long swords into the cabin. Roland nodded his approval, saying, "They may prove useful instruments in case of an attack on the barge. Our own swords are just a trifle short for adding interest to an assault." When once more the hatches were down and the deck clear, supper was served. Shortly after sunset, Roland told the captain to cast off, directing him to keep to the eastern shore, passing between what might be called the marine castle of Pfalz and the village of Cobb, with the strictest silence he could enjoin upon his crew. Pfalz stands upon a rock in the Rhine, a short distance up the river from Cobb, while above that village, on the hill behind, are situated the strong, square towers of Guttenfels. "Don't you intend to pay a call upon Grafenstein?" asked Eberhard. "It is notoriously the most pestilent robber's nest between Mayence and Cologne." "No," said Roland, "on this occasion Pfalz shall escape. You see, Eberhard, on our first trip down the Rhine it is not my intention to fight if I can avoid conflict. The plan which proved successful with the 4 castles we have visited is impossible so far as Pfalz is concerned. If we attempted to enter this water slosh by stealth, we would be discovered by those levying contributions on the barge. There is no cover to conceal us, so I shall give Pfalz the go-by, and also Guttenfels, because the latter is not a robber castle but is owned by the Count Palatine, a true gentleman and no thief. The next object of our attentions will be Schomberg, on the western side of the river near Overwessel. As the grotesque hexagonal bulk of the Pfalz, with its numerous jutting corners and turrets, and over all the pentagonal tower appeared dimly in the center of the Rhine under the clear stars, the captain ordered his men to lie flat on the deck, himself following their example. Roland and his company were already seated in the cabin, and the great barge, lying so low in the water as to be almost invisible with its black paint, floated noiseless as a dream down the swift current. Without the slightest warning came a shock, and every man on the lockers was flung to the floor of the cabin with cries of dismay, for too well they recognized the preliminary to their disasters of the night before. Roland sprang up on deck and found the boat swinging round broadside to the current, which had swept it so near to the castle that at first it seemed to have struck against one of the outlying rocks. The fantastic form of the Pfalz hung over them, looking like some weird building seen in a nightmare, its sharp pointed pinnacles outlined against the starlit sky. The captain, muttering sonorous German oaths, ordered his men to the sweeps, but Roland saw at once that they were too close to the ledge of rock for any chance of escape. He hurried down into the cabin. "Every man his sword, and follow me as silently as possible." Up on deck, Roland said to the captain, "Let your rowers help the chain to bring the barge alongside, but when the robbers appear, pretend to be getting away, although you must instantly obey them when ordered to cease your efforts." The prow of the boat ground against the solid rock, jammed in between the stout chain and the low cliff. Roland was the first to spring ashore, and the rest nimbly followed him. With every motion of the barge the bell inside the castle rang, and now they could hear the bestirring of the garrison and clashing of metal, although the single door of the Pfalz had not yet been opened. This door stood 6 feet above the plateau of rock, and could be entered or quitted only by means of a ladder. Roland led his men to a place of effective concealment along the western wall of the Pfalz, only just in time, for as he peered round the corner, his men standing back against the wall to the rear, he saw the flash of torches from the now open door, and the placing of a stout ladder at a steep angle between the threshold and the floor of rock below. Most of the garrison, however, did not wait for this convenience, but leaped impetuously from doorway to rock. Others slid down the ladder, and all rushed headlong towards the barge, which made its presence known by the grinding of its side against the rock, and also by the despairing orders of the captain and the hurrying footsteps of his men on deck. More leisurely down the ladder came 2 officers, followed by one whom Roland recognized as lord of the castle, Pfalzgraf Hermann von Stahleck. a namesake and relative of the laughing Baron of Fürstenberg, and quite as ruthless a robber as he. "Cease your efforts at the prow!" shouted the Pfalzgraf to the captain when he had descended the ladder, "and concentrate your force at the stern, swinging your boat round broadside on to the landing." The captain obeyed, and presently the boat lay in such position as the nobleman desired. Now there was a great commotion as, at a word from the Pfalzgraf, the garrison fell on the barge and began to wrench off the hatches, a task which they well knew how to perform. "Follow as quietly as possible," whispered Roland to the two lieutenants behind him, who, under their breath, passed on word to the men. Roland ran nimbly up the ladder. No guard was set where none had ever been needed before. Groussel was the last to ascend, then the ladder was pulled up and the massive door swung shut, bolted and chained. The invaders found torches stuck here and there along the wall, and the picturesque courtyard, with its irregular balconies and stairways, seemed in the flickering light more spacious than was actually the case. Although for the moment in safety, Roland experienced a sense of imprisonment as he gazed round the narrow limits of this enclosure. He had endeavored to count the number of men who followed the Pfalzgraf, but their impetuosity in seeking the barge prevented an accurate estimate, although he knew there was more than double the force that obeyed him, and therefore it would be suicidal to lead his untrained coterie against the seasoned warriors of Stahleck. He ordered Groussel to take with him 6 men and search the castle, bringing into the courtyard whomsoever they might find; also to discover whether any window existed that looked out upon the eastern landing place. The remainder of his men he grouped at the door under command of Eberhard. "I fear, Eberhard," he said, "that I boasted prematurely in thinking good luck would attend me now that I lead what appears to be an obedient following. Here we are in a trap, and unless we can escape through rat holes, I admit that I fail to see for the moment how we are to get safely afloat again." "We are in better fettle than the Pfalzgraf and his men outside," returned Eberhard, "because this fortress is doubtless well supplied with provisions, and is considered impregnable; while the Pfalzgraf's impetuous chaps, who did not know enough to stay in comfortable quarters when they had them, are without shelter and without food. You have certainly done the best you could in the circumstances, and for those circumstances you are free of blame, since, not being a wizard, you could scarcely know of the chain." "Indeed, Eberhard, it is just in that respect I blame myself, neglecting your own good example, who discovered the chain at Fürstenberg. This trap is a new invention, and so far as I know, has never before been attempted on the Rhine. I might have remembered that Stahleck here is cousin to the Red Margrave, who likely has told him of the device. Indeed, the chances are that Stahleck himself was the contriver of the chain, for he seems a man of much more craft and intelligence than that huge laughing animal farther up the river. I should have ordered the captain to tie up against the eastern bank, and then send some men in a small boat to learn if the way was clear. No, Eberhard, I blame myself for this muddle, and through anxiety to pass the falls I have landed myself and my men within its walls. I must pace this courtyard for a time, and ponder what next to do. Go you, Eberhard, with the men to the door. Allow no talking or noise. Listen intently, and report to me if you hear anything. You see, Eberhard, the devil of it is that Stahleck, like his cousin with Cologne, swears allegiance to the Archbishop of Mayence, and here am I, after destroying the fief of one archbishop, securely snared in the fief of another. I fear their lordships' next meeting with me will not pass off so amicably as did the last." "Next meeting!" cried Eberhard in astonishment. "Have you ever met the archbishops?" Roland gasped, realizing that his absorption in one subject had nearly caused him to betray his momentous secret. "Ah, I remember," continued Eberhard. "It was on account of the Archbishop's presence in Bonn that you returned from that town when first you journeyed up the Rhine." "Yes," said Roland with relief. "It seems to me," went on Eberhard consolingly, "that even if we may not leave the castle, at least the Pfalzgraf cannot penetrate into the stronghold. Therefore we are safe enough." "Not so, Eberhard," replied his chief. "The Pfalzgraf has the barge, remember, and it can carry his whole force to Cobb or elsewhere, returning with ample provisions on siege instruments that will batter in the door despite all we can do. Nevertheless, let us keep up our hearts. Get you to the gate, Eberhard. I must have time to think before Grossel returns." Alone, with bent head, he paced back and forwards across the courtyard under the wavering light of the torches. Very speedily he concluded that no plan could be formed until Grossel made his report regarding the intricacies of the castle. "My luck is against me, my luck is against me," he said aloud to himself, as if the sound of his own voice might suggest some way out of the difficulty. "Luck always turns against a thief and a marauder," said a sweet and clear voice behind him. "And how can it be otherwise when the gallows tree stands at the end of his journey?" Roland stopped in his walk and turned abruptly towards the sound. He saw standing there, just descended from the stairway at her back, one quite evidently a lady, not more than 18 perhaps, but nevertheless with a flash of defiance in her sombre eyes which were bent fearlessly upon him. The two tirewomen accompanying her shrank timorously to the background, palpably panic-stricken and ready to faint with fright. "Ah, madam, how came you here?" cried Roland, ignoring her insulting words, too much surprised by her beauty of face and form to think of aught else. "I came here because your bully upstairs hammered at my door and bade me open, which I would not do, defying him to break it down if he had the power. It so happened that he possessed the power and used it." "I deeply regret that you should have been disturbed, madam. My lieutenant erred through overzeal, and I ask your pardon for the offense." The girl laughed. "Why, sir, you are the politest of pirates, but indeed your lieutenant seems a harsh man. Without even removing his bonnet, he commanded me to betake myself to the courtyard and report to his chief, which obediently I have done." "I did not guess that women inhabited this robber's nest. My lieutenant is searching for men in hiding, so please accept my assurance that you will suffer no further annoyance. You are surely not alone in this house?" "Oh, no. Her ladyship, the Pfalzgraf's wife, and her entourage have sought shelter in another part of the castle, and presently they will all troop down here, prisoners to your most ungallant subordinate. That is, should their doors prove no stouter than mine, or if your furious men have not dislocated their shoulders." "How came you to be absent from her ladyship's party?" "Because, urbane pirate captain, I am an unwilling prisoner in this stronghold, being an obstreperous person who refused to obey my superiors, those set in authority over me. Consequently am I immured in this dismal dungeon of the water rats, and thus, youthful pirate, I welcome even so red-handed an outlaw as yourself." "Then are we in like case, my lady of midnight beauty, for I too am a prisoner in Pfalzgrafenstein, and when you came was cogitating some plan of escape. Therefore, rebellious maiden, the sword of this red-handed freebooter is most completely at your service." And the speaker once more doffed his bonnet with a gallant sweep that caused the plume to kiss the flagstones at his feet, and he bowed low to the brave girl who had shown no fear of him. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 16. My Lady Scatters the Freebooters and Captures their Chief. Grusel appeared on one of the balconies and called down to his leader. "There are," he said, "a number of women in the western rooms of the castle. They have bolted their doors, but tell me that the rooms contain the Faugravine von Stahleck and other noble ladies with their tirewomen. What am I to do?" "Place a guard in the corridor, Grusel, and make sure that these ladies communicate with no one outside the fortress." "I thought it well," explained Grusel, "not to break in the doors without definite instructions from you to that effect." "Quite right. Tell the ladies we will not molest them." "You molested me!" cried the handsome girl in the courtyard, her dark eyes flashing in the glow of the torches. "This person," said the unemotional Grusel, betraying no eye for beauty, "called us every uncomplimentary name she could think of. We were the scum of the earth, according to her account." The girl laughed scornfully. "But I would not have dislodged her," continued Grusel, unperturbed, "had she not said there was a window in her room, which is on the eastern side of the castle, overlooking the operations of the Pfalzgraf on the barge, and she proclaimed her determination to warn Stahleck that his castle was filled with freebooters, as soon as she could make her voice heard above the din at the landing. Therefore I broke in the door, ordering her and the tirewomen to descend to the courtyard. On examining her room, I found there is no such window as she described, and she could not communicate with the Count, so I advise that you send her back again." Once more the young lady laughed, and exclaimed, "I could not break down the door for myself, so compelled you and your clods to do it. I am immured here, a reluctant captive. You will not have me sent back to my cell, I hope, Commander?" "No, if you really are my fellow prisoner, and not one of the enemy." "She may be deluding you also," warned Grusel. "I will take the risk of that," replied Roland, smiling at the girl, who smiled back at him. She had a will of her own, but seemed sensitively responsive to fair treatment. "Are there any men servants?" asked Roland. "Only 3, and they are tottering with age," replied Grusel, "more frightened than the women themselves. Nevertheless, one of the retainers is important, being, as he told me, keeper of the treasure house. I relieved him of his keys, and find that the strong room is well supplied with bags of gold. 'Twill be the richest haul yet, excepting our 2 barrels of coin from—" "Hush, hush!" cried Roland. "Mention no names. Did you discover any other exit excepting the door by which we entered?" "No, but at the northern end there is a window through which a man of ordinary size might pass. It is, however, high above the rocks, and I discern floating in the tide a fleet of small boats." "Ah," said Roland, "that is important." "Taken in conjunction with the gold, most amiable robber," suggested the girl. "Taken in conjunction with the gold," repeated Roland, smiling again, and added, "taken also in conjunction with a lady who, if I understand her, wishes to escape from the Pfalz." "You are right," agreed the young girl archly. "Do I receive a share of the money?" "Yes, if you join our band." "Oh!" she cried, with a pout of feigned disappointment. "I thought you had already accepted me as a member. And what am I to call my new overlord, who acquires wealth so successfully that he does not wish the amount mentioned, or the place from which it was taken specified?" "My name is Roland. Will you consent to a fair exchange? I am called Hilda by my friends." "Then, Hilda," said the young man, looking at her with admiration, "I welcome you as one of my lieutenants." "One indeed!" she exclaimed with affected indignation. "I shall be first lieutenant or nothing. Up to this moment, Herr Joseph Grusel, who so unceremoniously made your acquaintance, has been my chief lieutenant, but I willingly depose him and give you his place." "Do you hear that, Joseph?" Hilda called up to the man leaning over the balcony. The deposed one made a grimace, but no reply. "Set your guard and come down, Grusel." Presently Grusel appeared in the courtyard, followed by 4 men. "I have left 2 on guard," he said. "Right. What have you done with the servants?" "Tied them up in a hard knot. I found a loft full of ropes." "Right again. Take your 4 men and stand guard at the door. Send Eberhard to me." Before Eberhard arrived, Roland turned to the girl. "Retire to your room," he said, "and bid your women gather together whatever you wish to carry with you. "I'd rather stay where I am," protested Hilda, "being anxious to hear what your plans are. I confess I don't know how you can emerge from this castle in safety." "Fraulein Hilda, the first duty of a chief lieutenant is obedience. Refusing that, what will you do?" "I shall call 2 of my men, cause you to be transported to your room, and order them to see that you do not leave it again." "Remaining here when you have departed?" "That, of course." "You will take the gold, however." "Certainly. The gold obeys me, doing what I ask of it." For a few moments the girl stood there, gazing defiance at him, but although a slight smile hovered about his lips, she realized in some subtle way, woman's intuition perhaps, that he meant what he said. Her eyes lowered, and an expression of pique came onto her pretty face. Then she breathed a long sigh. "I shall go to my room," she said very quietly. "I will call upon you the moment I have given some instructions to my 3rd lieutenant." "You need not trouble," she replied haughtily, speaking, however, as mildly as himself. "I remain a prisoner of the Pfalzgraf von Stahleck, who, though a distinguished pillager like yourself, nevertheless possesses some instincts of a gentleman." With that, the young woman retired slowly up the stairway and disappeared, followed by her 2 servants. "Eberhard," said Roland, when that official appeared, "Grusel has discovered a window to the north through which yourself and a number of your men can get down to the rocks with the aid of a cord, and he tells me there is a loft full of ropes. A flotilla of boats is tied up at the lower end of the castle. He has visited the treasury, and finds it well supplied with bags of coin. I intend to effect a junction between those bags and that flotilla. Our position here is quite untenable, for there is probably some secret entrance to this castle that we know nothing of. There are also a number of women within whom we cannot coerce, and must not starve. Truth to tell, I fear them more than I do the ruffians outside. Have any of the men at arms discovered that we pulled up the ladder and closed the door? I think not, for in such case they would return from their pillages as quickly as did the Red Margrave when he found his house was ablaze. My opinion is that they are making a clean job of looting the barge. If that is so, our barrels of gold are gone, rendering it the more necessary that we should carry away every cruiser our friend Stahleck possesses. Call, therefore, every man except one from the door. Grusel has the keys, and will lead you to the treasury. Hoist the bags to the north window. While your men are doing this, reeve a stout rope so that you may all speedily descend to the rocks, except as many as are necessary to lower the bags. When this is accomplished, Grusel is to report to me from the balcony, and then descend, taking with him the man on guard at the door. Apportion men and bags in all the boats but one. That one I shall take charge of. Put Grusel in command of the flotilla, and tell him to convey his fleet as quietly as possible to the eastern shore. Then paddle up in slack water until he is, say, 1/3 of a league above Fals. There he must await my skiff. You will stand by that skiff until I join you. I shall likely be accompanied by 3 women, so retain the largest and most comfortable of the small boats." Eberhard raised his eyebrows at the mention of the women, but said nothing. Roland went in person to the room occupied by the young woman, and knocked at her door, whereupon it was opened very promptly. "Madam," he said, "there is opportunity for escape if you care to avail yourself of it." The girl had been seated when he entered, but now she rose, speaking in a voice that was rather tremulous. "Sir, I was wrong to disobey you when you had treated me so kindly. I shall therefore punish myself by remaining where I am. In that case, madam, you will punish me as well. And indeed I deserve it, forgetting as I did for the moment that I addressed a lady. If you will give me the pleasure of escorting you, I shall conduct you in safety to whatever place of refuge you wish to reach. Sir, you are most courteous, but I fear my intended destination might take you farther afield than would be convenient for you. My time is my own, and nothing could afford me greater gratification than the assurance of your security. Tell me your destination." "It is the convent of Nonnenwerth, situated on an island larger than this, near Rolandseck. I shall be happy to convey you hither. Again I thank you. It is my desire to join the sisterhood there." "Not to become a nun?" cried Roland, an intonation of disappointment in his voice. "Yes, although to this determination my guardian is opposed." "Alas," said Roland with a sigh, "I confess myself in agreement with him so far as your taking the veil is concerned. Still, imprisonment seems an unduly harsh alternative." The girl's seriousness fled, and she smiled at him. As you have had some experience of my obstinacy, and proposed an even harsher remedy than that— Ah, you forget, interrupted Roland, that I apologized for my lack of manners. I hope during our journey to Nonnenworth I may earn complete forgiveness. Oh, you are forgiven already, which is magnanimous of me, when you recollect that the fault was wholly my own. I will join you in the courtyard at once if I may. Very well, I shall be down there after I have given final instructions to my men. Roland arrived at the north window, and saw that the flotilla had already departed. He could discern Eberhard standing with his hand on the prow of the remaining boat, so pulled up the rope, untied it from the ring to which it was fastened, and threw it down to his lieutenant. A rope is always useful, he whispered, and we will puzzle the good Pfalzgraf regarding our exit. In the courtyard he found the 3 women awaiting him. Quietly he drew back the heavy bolts and undid the stout chains. Holding the door slightly ajar, he peered out at the scene on the landing, brightly illuminated by numerous torches which the servants held aloft. The men-at-arms were enjoying themselves hugely, and the great heap of bales already on the rocks showed that they resolved not to leave even one package on the barge. The fact that they stood in the light prevented their seeing the exit of the quartet from the castle, even had any been on the outlook. Roland swung the door wide, placed the ladder in exactly the same position it had formerly occupied, assisted the 3 women to the ground, and then led them round the western side of the castle through the darkness to Eberhard and his skiff. Dipping their paddles with great caution, they kept well out of the torchlight radius. As they left the shadow of the castle and came within sight of the party on the landing, they were somewhat startled by a lusty cheer. "Ah," said Eberhard, "they have discovered our barrels of gold." "'Tis very likely," replied Roland. "Still," added Eberhard consolingly, "I think we have made a good exchange. There appears to be more money in Stalic's bags than in our 2 barrels." "By the 3 kings!" cried Roland, staring upstream. "The barge is getting away. They have looted her completely, and are giving her a parting salute. The robbers evidently bear no malice against our popular captain. Hear them inviting him to call again." They listened to the rattle of the big chain. It was more amenable than that at Furstenberg, confirming Roland in his belief that Stalic was the inventor of the device. They saw 6 men paying out a rope, while the first section of the chain sank, leaving a passageway for the barge. Silhouetted against the torchlight, the boatmen were getting ready with their sweeps, prepared to dip them into the water as soon as the vessel got clear of the rocky island. "We will paddle alongside before they begin to row," said Roland, and Captain Blumenfels was gently hailed from the river, much to his astonishment. "Make for the eastern bank, Captain," whispered Roland, "and keep a lookout ahead for a number of small boats like this." Presently, rowing up the river strenuously, close to the shore, the barge came upon the flotilla. Here Roland bade Hilda remain where she was, and leaving Eberhard in charge of the skiff, he clambered up on the barge, ordering Grusel to arrange his boats alongside and fling aboard the treasure. "Well, Captain, did His Excellency of Pfalz leave you anything at all?" "Not a rag," replied the captain. "The barge is empty as a drum." "In that case there is nothing for it but a speedy return to Frankfurt. I do not regret the cloth, which has been paid for over and over again, but I am mercenary enough to grudge Stalic our 2 barrels of gold." "Oh, as to the gold," replied the captain gravely, "I took the liberty of reversing your plan at Lorch." "What plan?" "Your honor poured the gold into wine barrels, but I poured the red wine of Lorch into the gold barrels, and threw the empty cask overboard. Perhaps you know that the Pfalzgraf grows excellent white wine round his castle of Stalic, and despises the red wine of Lorch and Assmannshausen. He tasted the wine, which had not been improved by being poured into the dirty gold barrels, spat it out with an oath, and said we were welcome to keep it. He has also promised to send me a cask of good white wine to Frankfurt. Captain, despite your quiet, unassuming manner, you are the most ingenious of men." "Indeed, but I copied your honor's ingenuity." "However it happened, you saved the gold, and that action alone will make a rich man of you, for you must accept my 3rd share of the money." By this time the bags had been heaved aboard. Grusel followed them, and stood ready to receive further orders. "You will all make for Frankfurt," said Roland, "keeping close as possible to this side of the river. No man is to be allowed ashore until you reach the capital. Captain, are there provisions enough aboard for the voyage? Yes, your honor. Very well. Put every available person at the oars, and get past Furstenberg before daybreak. My men, who have not had an opportunity to distinguish themselves as warriors, will take their turn at the sweeps. You and Eberhard, he continued, turning to Grusel, will employ the time in counting the money and making a fair division. With regard to the 2 barrels, the captain will receive my 3rd share, and also be one of us in the apportionment of the gold we secured tonight. It was through his thoughtfulness that the barrels were saved. Whatever portion you find me entitled to, place in the keeping of the merchant, Herr Gobel. And now I shall tie 4 bags to my belt for emergencies. Are you not coming with us, Roland? Asked Grusel anxiously. No. Urgent business requires my presence in the neighborhood of Bonn, but I shall meet you in the Kaiser cellar before a month is out. Saying this, he shook hands with the captain and Grusel, and descended into the small boat, bidding farewell to Eberhard. Urge them, were his last words, to get well out of sight of Pfalz and Furstenberg before the day breaks, and as for the small boats, turn them loose, present them as a peace offering to the Rhine. In the darkness, Prince Roland allowed his frail bark to float down the stream, using his paddle merely to keep it toward the east, so to avoid the chain. He found himself accompanied by a silent, spectral fleet, the empty boats that his men had set adrift. To all appearance this little squadron lay motionless, while the dim castle of Pfalz, with its score of pointed turrets piercing a less dark sky, seemed like a great ship moving slowly up the Rhine. When it had disappeared to the south, Roland ventured to speak, in a low voice. "Madam," he said, "tell your women so to arrange what extra apparel you have brought to form a couch, where you may recline, and sleep for the rest of the night." "Captain Roland," she replied, her gentle little laugh floating with so musical a cadence athwart the waters that he found himself regretting such a sweet voice should be kept from the world by the unappreciative walls of a convent. "Captain Roland, I was never more awake than I am at this moment. Life has somehow become unexpectedly interesting. I experience the deliciously guilty feeling of belonging to a stealthy society of banditti. Do not, I beg you, deprive me of that pleasure by asking me to sleep. In the morning, madam, there will be little opportunity for rest. We must put all the distance we can between ourselves and the Pfalzgraf von Stahleck. I expect you to ride far and fast tomorrow. Do you intend, then, to abandon this boat?" "I must, madam. The river has been long so empty that this flotilla, which I cannot shake off, being unaccustomed to oars or paddle, will attract attention from both sides of the Rhine, and when the darkness lifts we are almost certain to be stopped. The boats will be recognized as belonging to the Pfalzgraf, and I wish to sever all connection between this night's work and my own future." "What then do you propose?" "As soon as day breaks we will come to land, and allow our boat to float away with the rest. Can you walk?" "I love walking!" cried the girl with enthusiasm. "I ask your pity for myself, immured in that windowless dungeon, situated on a tiny point of rock. I, who have roamed the hills and explored the valleys of my own land on foot, breathing the air of freedom with delight. Let me, therefore, I beg of you, remain awake that I may taste the pleasure of anticipation in my thoughts. Or is such a wish disobedience on the part of your first lieutenant? I do not mean it so, and I will quietly cry myself to sleep if you insist." "Indeed, Hilda," said Roland, laughing, and abandoning the more formal title of madam, "I am no such tyrant as you suppose. Besides, your office of first lieutenant has lapsed, because our men have all gone south while we travel north." "Then may I talk with you?" "Nothing would please me better. I was thinking of your own welfare, and not of my desire, when I counselled slumber. Oh, I assure you I slept very well during the first part of the night, for, there being nothing else to do, I went to bed early, and was quite unconscious until the dreadful ringing of that alarm bell, which set the whole castle astir." "Why were you imprisoned?" Because, she replied haltingly, "I had chosen the religious life, the which my guardian opposed. He appeared to think that some experience of the rigors of the convent might make me less eager to immure myself in a nunnery, which, like Pfalz Castle, is also on a restricted island." "Then his remedy has proved unavailing?" "Quite. The sisters will be very good to me, for I shall enrich their convent with my wealth. 'Twill be vastly different from incarceration in Pfalz." "Hilda, I doubt that. Captivity is captivity, under whatever name you term it. I cannot understand why one who spoke so enthusiastically just now of hills and valleys and liberty should take the irrevocable step which you propose, a step that will rob you forever of those joys." The girl remained silent, and he went on, speaking earnestly. "I think in one respect you are like myself. You love the murmur of the trees and the song of the running stream." I do, she whispered, as if to herself. "The air that blows around the mountain top inspires you, and you cannot view the hills on the horizon without wishing to explore them and learn what is on the other side." There was light enough for him to see that the girl's head sank into her open head. "You, I take it, have never been restricted by discipline." Her head came up quickly. "You think that because of what I said in the courtyard?" "No. My mind was running towards the future rather than to the past. The rigor of strict rules would prove as irksome to you as would a cage to a free bird of the forest." "I fear you are in the right," she said with a sigh, and then, impatiently, "Oh, you do not understand the situation, and I cannot explain. The convent is merely a retreat for me, the lesser of two evils presented." "You spoke of your land. Where is that land?" "Do you know the Schloss Seine?" she asked. Seine, he repeated. "Where have I heard that name before, and recently too? I thought I knew every castle on the Rhine, but I do not remember Seine." The girl laughed. "You will find no fellow craftsman there, pirate Roland, if ever you visit it. The Schloss is not on the Rhine, and perhaps on that account, rather than because of its owner's honesty, is free from the taint you suggest. It stands high in the valley of the Seinebach, more than half a league from this river." "Ah, that accounts for my ignorance. I never saw Seine Castle, although I seem to have heard of it. Are you its owner?" "Yes. I told you I was wealthy." "Where is the Schloss situated?" "Below Koblenz, on the eastern side of the river." "Then why not let me take you there instead of to the convent?" "Willingly, if you had brought your barge-load of armed men. But in Seine Castle I am helpless, commanding a peaceful retinue of servants who, although devoted to me, are useless when it comes to defense." "I cannot account for it," said Roland in meditative tone. "But the thought of that convent becomes more and more distasteful. You will be free of your guardian, no doubt, but you merely exchange one whom you know for another whom you don't, and that other a member of your own sex." "Do you disparage my sex, then?" "No, but I cannot imagine any man being discourteous to you. Surely every gentleman with a sword by his side should spring at once to your defense." The girl laughed. "Ah, Captain Roland, you are very young, and, I fear, inexperienced, despite your filibustering. However, this lovely, still summer night, with its warm, velvety darkness, was made for pleasant thoughts. Enough about myself. Let me hear something of you. Did you come up the river or down with your barge?" "We came down." "How long since you adopted a career of crime? You do not seem to be a hardened villain." "Believe me," protested Roland earnestly, "I am not, and I do not admit that my career is one of crime." "Indeed," said the girl, laughing again, "I am not so gullible as you think. I could almost fancy that you were the incendiary of Fürstenberg Castle." "What?" exclaimed Roland in consternation. "How came you to learn of its destruction?" "There!" cried the girl gleefully. "You have all but confessed. You are as startled as if I had said, 'I arrest you in the name of the Emperor.'" "Who told you that Fürstenberg Castle was burned?" demanded the young man sternly. "Yesterday morning there came swiftly down the river, with no less than 12 oarsmen, a long, thin boat, traveling like the wind. It did not pause at Pfalz, but the man standing in the stern hailed the castle, and shouted to the Pfalzgraf that Fürstenberg had been burned by the outlaws of the Hunsrück. He was on his way to Bonn to inform the Archbishop of Cologne, and he carried also imperial news for his lordship, tidings that the Emperor is dead." "Dead!" breathed Roland in horror, scarcely above his breath. "The Emperor dead! I wonder if that can be true." "Little matter whether it is true or no," said the girl indifferently. "He doubtless passed away in a drunken sleep, and I am told his drunken son will be elected in his place." "Madam," said Roland harshly, awakened from his stupor by her words, "I must inform your ignorance that the Emperor's son is not a drunkard, and indeed scarcely touches wine at all, being a most strenuous opposer to its misuse. How can one so fair and, as I believed, so honest, repeat such unfounded slander?" "Are you a partisan of his?" "I come from Frankfurt. Have seen the prince, and know I speak the truth." "Ah, well," replied the girl lightly, "you and I will not quarrel over his highness. I accept your amendment, and will never more bear false witness against him. After all, it makes slight difference one way or the other. An emperor goes, and an emperor is elected in his place, as powerless as his predecessor. 'Tis the archbishops who rule." "You seem well versed in politics, madam." The girl leaned forward to him. "Do not madam me, I beg of you, Roland. I dare say rumor has prejudiced me against the young man, but I have promised not to speak slightingly of him again. I wish this veil of darkness was lifted, that I might see your face, to note the effect of anger. Do you know, I am disappointed in you, Roland. You spoke in such level tones in the courtyard that I thought anger was foreign to your nature." "I am not angry," said Roland gruffly, "but I detest malicious gossip." "Oh, so do I, so do I. I spoke thoughtlessly. I will kneel to the new emperor and beg his pardon, if you insist." Roland remained silent, and for a time they floated thus down the river, she trailing her fingers in the water, which made a pleasant ripple against them, looking up at him now and then. Perceptibly the darkness was thinning. One seemed to smell morning in the air. A bird piped dreamily in the forest at intervals, as if only half awakened. The two women reclining in the prow were sound asleep. Roland picked up the paddle, and with a strong sweeping stroke turned the head of the boat towards the land. Now she could see his lowering brow, and if the sight of it pleased her, 'twas not manifested in her next remark. She took her hand from the water, drew herself up proudly, and said, "I shall not apologize to you again, and I hate your blameless prince." "Madam, I ask for no apology, and whether you hate or like the prince matters nothing to me, or, I dare say, to him either." "Cannot you even allow a woman her privilege of the last word?" she cried indignantly. Roland's brow cleared, and a smile came to his lips, as he remained silent, thus bestowing upon her the prerogative that she seemed to crave. Hilda lay back in the prow of the boat between her sleeping women, with hands clasped behind her head and her eyes closed. More and more the light increased, and sturdily with his paddle Roland propelled the boat toward the shore, bringing it alongside the low bank at last. He sprang out on the turf, and with the paddle in one hand held the boat to land with the other. "We are here now," he said, "a short distance above St. Gorhausen, where I hope to purchase horses. Will you kindly disembark?" The girl, without moving or opening her eyes, said quietly, "Please throw the paddle in the boat again. I shall make for Nonnenworth in this craft, which is more comfortable than a saddle." The paddle came rattling down upon the bottom of the skiff. Roland stooped, and before she knew what he was about, took Hilda in his arms, lifted her ashore, and laid her carefully on the grass. "Come," he cried to the newly awakened serving women, "tumble out of that without further delay," and they obeyed him in haste. He stepped into the skiff, flung their belongings onto the sward, turned the prow to the west, and leaping ashore, bestowed a kick upon the boat that impelled it like an arrow far out into the stream. Hilda was standing on her feet now, speechless with indignation. "Come along," urged Roland cheerfully. "Breakfast awaits us when we earn it." But seeing that she made no move, the frown furrowed his brow again. "Madam," he said, "I tell you frankly that to be thwarted by petulance annoys me. It happens that time is of the utmost importance until we are much farther from Fals. If you think that the ownership of wealth and a castle gives you the right to flout a plain, ordinary man, you take a mistaken view of things. I care nothing for your castle or for your wealth. You may be a lady of title for aught I know, but even that does not impress me. We must not stand here like two quarrelsome children. I will conduct you to the Adler Inn in St. Gorhausen, where I know from experience you will be taken care of. I shall then purchase 4 horses, and return to the inn after you have breakfasted. 3 of these horses are at your disposal, also the 4th and myself, if you will condescend to make use of us. If not, I shall ask you to accept what money you need for your journey, so that you may travel north unmolested, while I make my way in the other direction." "How can I repay the money," she demanded, "if I do not know who and what you are? I shall send for it, either to your castle of Seine or the convent of Nonnenworth. You need be under no obligation to me." "But," cried the girl with a sob, "I am already under obligation to you, an obligation which I cannot repay." "Oh yes, you can." "How?" "By coming with me, who will persuade you as readily as you did with your guardian, who coerced you." "I am an ungrateful simpleton," she murmured. "Of course your way is the right one, and I am quite helpless if you desert me." "There!" cried Roland with enthusiasm. "You have more than repaid whatever you may owe." After breakfasting at St. Gorhausen and purchasing the horses, they journeyed down the rough road that extended along the right bank of the Rhine. Roland and Hilda rode side by side, the other two following some distance to the rear. The young man maintained a gloomy silence, and the girl, misapprehending his thoughts, remained silent also, with downcast eyes, seeing nothing of the beautiful scenery they were passing. Every now and then Roland cast a sidelong glance at her, and his melancholy deepened as he remembered how heedlessly he had pledged his word to the 3 archbishops regarding his marriage. "I see," she said at last, "that I have offended you more seriously than I feared." "No, no," he assured her. "There is a burden that I cannot cast from my mind." "May I know what it is?" "I dare not tell you, Hilda. I have been a fool. I am in the position of a man who must break his oath and live dishonored, or keep it and remain forever unhappy. Which would you do were you in my place?" "Once given, I should keep my oath," she replied promptly, "unless those who accepted it would release me." Roland shook his head. "They will not release me," he said dolefully. Again they rode together in silence, content to be near each other, despite the young man's alternations of elation and despair. 'Twas, all in all, a long summer's day of sweet unhappiness for each. One of Roland's reasons for choosing the right bank of the Rhine was to avoid the important city of Koblenz, with its inevitable questioning, and it was late afternoon when they saw this town on the farther shore, passing it without hindrance. "You will rest this night," she said, "in my castle of Sayn, and then, as time is pressing, tomorrow you must return. We have met no interference even by this dangerous route, and I shall make my way alone without fear to Nonnenwerth, for I know you are anxious to be in Frankfurt once more. I swear to you, Hilda, that if, without breaking my oath, I should never see Frankfurt again, I would be the most joyous of men." "Does your oath relate to Frankfurt?" "My oath relates to a woman," he said shortly. "Ah," she breathed, "then you must keep it." And so they fell into silence and unhappiness again. She had talked of security on the road they traversed, but turning a corner north of Wallander, they speedily found that a Rhine road is never safe. Both reined in their horses as if moved by the same impulse, but to retreat now would simply draw pursuit upon them. Mounted on a splendid white charger, gorgeous with trappings, glittering with silver and gold, rode a dignified man in the outdoor habit of a general in times of peace. Following him came an escort of 20 horsemen. They were in full panoply of war, and behind them, on foot, in procession extending like a gigantic snake down the Rhine road, an army of at least 3,000 men, the setting sun flashing fire from the points of their spears. Here and there, down the line, floated above them silken flags, and Roland recognized the device on the foremost one. "God!" he shouted in dismay. "The Archbishop of Cologne!" The girl uttered a little frightened cry, and edged her horse nearer to that of her escort. My guardian," she breathed. "I shall be rearrested." Seeing them standing as if stricken to stone, 2 horsemen detached themselves from the cavalry and galloped forward. "Make way there, you fools!" cried the leader. "Get ye to the side, into the river, where ye like, out of the path of my lord the Archbishop." Nevertheless, Roland stood his ground, and dared even to frown at the officers of his lordship. "Stand aside, you!" he commanded in a tone of mastery, "and do not venture to intrude between the Archbishop and me." The rider knew that no man who valued his head would dare use such language in the very presence of the Archbishop, unless he were the highest in the land. His dignified lordship looked up to see the cause of this interruption and of these angry words. First came into his face an expression of amazement, then a smile melted the stern lips as he looked on Roland and recognized him. The impetuous horseman faded away to the background. There was no answering smile on Roland's face. He reached out and clasped the hand of the girl. "Now by the 3 kings," he whispered, "I shall break my oath." Hilda glanced up at him, frightened by his vehemence, wincing under his iron grasp. An unexpected sound interrupted the tension. The Archbishop had come to a stand, and "Halt! Halt! Halt!" rang out word along the line of men, whose feet ceased to stir the dust of the road. The unexpected sound was that of hearty laughter from the dignified and mighty Prince of the Church. "Forgive me, your Highness," he cried, "but I laugh to think of the countenances of my sombre brothers, Treves and Mayence, when they learn how sturdily you have kept your word with them. By the true cross, Prince Roland, although we wished you to marry her, we had no thought that you would break into the castle of Fowls to win her hand. Ah, dear, what a pity 'tis we grow old. The impetuousness of youth outweighs the calculated wisdom of the 3 greatest prelates outside Rome. Judging by your fair face, and I have always held it to be beautiful, remember, you, Hildegunde Loretta Priscilla Agnes, Countess of Sayn, are not moving northward to Nonnenwerth. I always insisted that the Saalhof at Frankfurt was a more cheerful edifice than any nunnery on the Rhine, yet you never turned upon me such a glance of confidence as I see you bestow on your future emperor. I hope, my lord and guardian, cried the girl, that I have met you in time to deflect your course to my castle of Sayn. Sweet Countess, I thank you for the invitation. My men can go on to their camp in the stronghold of my brother of Mayence, Schloss Martinsburg, and I shall gladly return with you to the hospitable hearth of Sayn. Indeed, said the Archbishop, lowering his voice, I shall feel safer there than in enjoying the hospitality I had intended to accept. Are you not surprised to meet me? Asked the lady with a laugh, adjusting words and manner to the new situation, which she more quickly comprehended than did her companion, who glanced with bewilderment from countess to prelate and back again. The Archbishop waved his hand. Nothing you could do would surprise me, since your interview with the court of archbishops. I am on my way to Frankfurt. Then, more seriously, to Prince Roland. You heard of your father's death? I learned of it only this morning, my lord. I shall return to Frankfurt when I am assured that this gentlewoman is in a place of safety. Ah, Countess, there will be no lack of safety now. But will you not ease an old man's conscience by admitting he was in the right? The Countess looked up at Roland with a smile. Yes, dear guardian, she said. You were in the right. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Sword Maker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The Sword Maker by Robert BARR. Chapter 17. For the Empress, and not for the Empire. While the long line of troops stood at salute in single file, the Archbishop turned his horse to the north, and rode past his regiments, followed by the Countess and Roland. His lordship was accompanied to the end of the ranks by his general, who received final instructions regarding the march. You will encamp for the night, not at Schloss Martinsburg, as I had intended, but a league or two up the Lahn. Tomorrow morning continue your march along the Lahn as far as Limburg, and there await my arrival. We will enter Frankfurt by the north gate instead of from the west. The Archbishop sat on his horse for some minutes, watching the departing force, then called Roland to his right hand and Hildegund to his left, and thus the 3 set out on the short journey to Sayn. "Your Highness," began the Archbishop, "I find myself in a position of some embarrassment. I think explanations are due to me from you both. Here I ride between 2 escaped prisoners, and I travel away from, instead of towards their respective dungeons. My plain duty on encountering you was to place you in custody of a sufficient guard, marching you separately, the one to Falls and the other to Ehrenfels. Having accomplished this, I should report the case to my 2 colleagues, yet here am I actually compounding a misdemeanor, and assisting prisoners to escape." "My lord," spoke up Roland, "I am quite satisfied that my own imprisonment has been illegal, therefore I make no apology for circumventing it. Before entering upon any explanation, I ask enlightenment regarding the detention of my Lady of Sean. Am I right in surmising that she, like myself, was placed under arrest by the 3 archbishops?" "Yes, your Highness." "On what charge?" "High treason." "Against whom?" There was a pause, during which the Archbishop did not reply. "I need not have asked such a question," resumed the Prince, "for high treason can relate only to the monarch. In what measure has her ladyship encroached upon the prerogative of the Emperor?" "Your Highness forgets that there is such a thing as treason against the state. Are not members of the nobility privileged in this matter?" "They cannot be, for the state is greater than any individual." "I shall make a note of that, my Lord of Cologne. I believe you are in the right, and I hope so. During my lonely incarceration," the Prince laughed a little, "I have studied the condition of the state, arriving at the conclusion that the greatest traitors in our land are the 3 archbishops, who, arrogating to themselves power that should belong to the crown, did not use that power for suppressing those other treason-mongers, the barons of the Rhine." "What would you have us do with them?" "You should disarm them. You should exact restitution of their illegally won wealth. You should open the Rhine to honest commerce." "That is easy to enunciate and difficult to perform. If the castles were disarmed, especially those on the left bank, a great injustice would be done that might lead to the extinction of many noble families. Why, the forests of Germany are filled with desperate outlaws who respect neither life nor property. I myself have suffered but recently from their depredations. In broad daylight, an irresistible band of these ruffians descended upon and captured the supposed impregnable castle of Rheinstein, shamefully maltreating Baron Hugo von Hohenfels, tying him motionless, and nearly strangling him with stout ropes, after which the scoundrels robbed him of every stiver he possessed. The following midnight but one they descended on Fürstenberg, a fief of my own, and not contenting themselves with robbery, brought red ruin on the Margrave by burning his castle to the ground." "My lord, red ruin and the red Margrave were made for each other. It was the justice of God that they should meet." The young man raised aloft his sword arm, shaking his clenched fist at the sky. That hand held the torch that fired Fürstenberg. The castle was taken and burned by 3 sword makers from Frankfurt, who never saw the Hunsrück or the outlaws thereof. The Archbishop reined in his horse, and looked at the excited young man with amazement. "You fired Fürstenberg?" "Yes, and effectively, my lord. I shall rebuild it for you, but the red Margrave I shall hang, as my predecessor Rudolph did his ancestor." An expression of sternness hardened the Archbishop's face. "Sir," he said, "I regret to hear you speak like this, and your safety lies in the fact that I do not believe a word of it. Even so, such wild words fill me with displeasure. I beg to remind you that the election of an emperor has not yet taken place, and I, for one, am likely to reconsider my decision. Still, as I said, I do not believe a word of your absurd tale." "I believe every syllable of it," cried the Countess with enthusiasm, "and glory that there is a mind brave enough, and a hand obedient to it, to smoke out a robber and a murderer. The tension this astonishing revelation caused was relieved by a laugh from the Archbishop. "My dear Hildegonde, you are forgetting your own ancestors. I venture that no woman of the house of Saian talked thus when the Emperor Rudolph marched Count von Saian to the scaffold. You would probably sing another song if asked to restore the millions amassed by Henry III of Saian and his successors, all accumulated by robbery as cruel as any that the Red Margrave has perpetrated." "My lord," said the Countess proudly, "you had no need to ask that question, for you knew the answer to it before you spoke. Every thaler I control shall be handed over to Prince Roland to be used for the regeneration of his country." Again the Archbishop laughed. "Surely I knew that, my dear, and I should not have said what I did. I suppose you will not allow me to vote against His Highness at the coming election. Indeed, you shall vote enthusiastically for him, because you know in your own heart he is the man Germany needs." "Was there ever such a change of front?" cried the Archbishop. "Why, my dear, the charges you so hotly made against His Highness are as nothing to what he has himself confessed. Yet now he is the saviour of Germany, when previously— Ah, well, I must not play the tale bearer." "Prince Roland," cried the girl, "my kinsman, Father Ambrose, said he met you in Frankfort, although now I believe him to have been mistaken." "Oh no, I encountered the good father on the bridge." "There now," exclaimed the Archbishop, "what do you say to that, my lady?" She seemed perplexed by the admission, but quickly replied to his lordship. "'Twas you said that could not be, as he was a close prisoner in Ehrenfels." She continued, addressing the Prince, "Father Ambrose asserted that you were a companion of drinkers and brawlers in a low wine cellar of Frankfort." "Quite true, a score of them." The girl became more and more perplexed. "Did you imprison Father Ambrose?" "Yes, in the lowest wine cellar, but only for a day or two. I am very sorry, madam, but it was a stern necessity of war. He was meddling with affairs he knew nothing of, and there was no time for explanations. He, a man of peace, would not have sanctioned what there was to do, even if I had explained." "He says," continued the girl, "that he saw you rob a merchant of a bag of gold." "That is untrue," cried the Prince. "My dear Hildegonde, what is the robbing of a bag of gold from a merchant, when he admits having stolen gold by the castleful?" "I robbed no merchant," protested the Prince. "How could Father Ambrose make such a statement?" "He mounted an outside stairway on the far Gasse, and through lighted windows on the opposite side saw you place the point of your sword at the throat of an unarmed merchant, and take from him a bag of gold." Roland, whose brow had been knitted into an angry frown, now threw back his head and laughed joyously. "Oh, that was a mere frolic," he alleged. It was the girl's turn to frown. "When you took stolen treasure from thievish barons and margraves, protected by scores of armed men, with the object of breaking their power for the relief of commerce, I admired you, But to say that the despoiling of a helpless merchant is a frolic! No, no, my dear, you do not understand, eagerly corrected the Prince, unconscious of the affectionate phrase that caused a flush to rise in the cheeks of his listener. The merchant was, and is my partner, a blameless man, Goebel, who came near to being hanged on my behalf when these archbishops took me captive. I sought from him 1,000 thalers. He insisted on learning my plans for opening the Rhine, and still would not give the money until reluctantly I was obliged to confess myself son of the Emperor. This he could not credit, stipulating that before giving the money I must produce for him a safe conduct, signed by the Emperor, and verified by the Great Seal of the Empire. This document I obtained at dire personal risk, through the aid of my mother. Here it is. He thrust his hand into his doublet, and produced the parchment in question, delivering it to the lady, who, however, did not unfold it, but kept her eyes fixed upon him. This distrust annoyed me. It should not have done so, for he was merely acting in the cautious manner natural to a merchant. With a boyishness I now regret, I put my sword to his throat, demanding the money, which I received. I took only half of it, for my mother had given me 500 thalers. Oh no, I did not rob my friend Goebel, but merely tried to teach him that lack of faith is a dangerous thing. If the old man who listened could have exchanged confidences with the young woman who listened, he would have learned they shared the same thought, which was that the young prince spoke so straightforwardly neither doubted him for a moment. The old man, it is true, felt that his talk was rather reckless of consequences, but on the other hand this in itself was complimentary, for as he remembered, the prince had been cautious enough when catechized by the 3 archbishops together. I have often read, said Calonne, with a smile, pathetic accounts of prisoners who in extreme loneliness carved their names over and over again on stone as hard as the jailer's heart. But your Highness seems rather to have enjoyed yourself while so cruelly interned. May I further beg of you to enlighten us concerning a somewhat bibulous youth who at the present moment is enjoying, in every sense of the word, the hospitality of Ehrenfels Castle. It was now the Archbishop's turn to astonish the Prince. You knew of my device, then? Knew is a little too strong. Suspect more nearly fits the case. You won over your jailer, and some one else took your place as prisoner. Yes, a young man to whom I owe small thanks, and with whom I have an account to settle. He is son of the custodian, and thinks he has us both under his thumb. Heinrich drinks as if he were a fish or a baron, but I shall cure him of that habit before it becomes firmly established. Am I correct in assuming that you found your liberty only after your interview with the 3 electors? Oh, bless you, no. I was free months before that time. Indeed, it is only since then that my substitute is practically useless. Heinrich might have passed for me at a pinch, but only because neither you nor your colleagues had seen me. I have kept him under lock and key ever since, because I dare not allow him abroad until the election has taken place." "I see. A very wise precaution. Well, your Highness, I shall say nothing of what you tell me. Furthermore, I still promise you my vote, that is, if you will obey my orders until you are elected Emperor. I foresee we are not going to have the easy time with you that was anticipated, but this concerns Mayence and Treves rather than myself, for I have no ambition to rule by proxy. And now, my Lady of Sean, when we journeyed southward that day from Gutenfels Castle, I gave you some information regarding the mind of Mayence. You remember, perhaps, what I said about his quandary. I rather suspect that he admires you, notwithstanding your defiance of him. But there is nothing remarkable in that, for we all appreciate you, old and young. I, too, carry a document of safe conduct, like Prince Roland here, although I see that His Highness has placed his safety in your hands." The old man smiled, and Hildegonde found herself still carrying the parchment Roland had given her. For a moment she was confused, then smiled also, and offered it back, but the Prince shook his head. The Archbishop went on. "Mayence sent down to me your written release, signed by himself and Treves. He asked me to attach a signature and liberate you on my way to Frankfort, which I intended to do had this impetuous young man not forestalled me. By the way, Highness, how did you happen to meet Countess von Sean in Pfalz?" "We will tell you about that later, guardian," said Hildegonde, before Roland could speak. "What instructions did his lordship of Mayence give concerning me?" "He asked me to bring you to my palace in Frankfort, and subtly expressed the hope you had changed your mind." "You may assure him I have," said the Countess, again speaking rapidly, "but let us leave all details of that for the moment. I am then to go with you to the capital?" "Yes, to-morrow morning." "To remain until the coronation?" "Certainly, if such is your wish. But do you not see something very significant in my brother Mayence's change of plan? For you know he did not intend to release you until after that event." "Yes, yes," replied the Countess breathlessly. "I see it quite clearly, but do not wish to discuss the matter at the present moment." "Very well. I intended to enter Frankfort from the west, but meeting you so unexpectedly, I have deflected my troops up the Lahn to Limburg, at which town we will join them to-morrow night, thus following Father Ambrose's route to the capital." "Ah, that will be very interesting. Prince Roland, you accompany us, I hope?" "Of a surety," replied the young man confidently. "No," quietly said the Archbishop. "Why not?" "Because I say no." The young man, almost an emperor, drew himself up proudly, and his lips pressed together into a firm line of determination. "Does your Highness so quickly forget your promise?" "What promise?" asked the Prince, scowling. "In consideration of my keeping silence touching your recent outrageous career of fire and slaughter, and the enslavement of Heinrich, you promised to obey me until you become Emperor." "I intend to obey all reasonable requests, but I very much desire to accompany the Countess from her castle to the capital. I have never seen Limburg or taken that route to Frankfort." "It is a charming old city," replied the Archbishop dryly, "which you can visit any time at the expense of a day's ride. Meanwhile I shall escort the Countess thither, and endeavour to entertain her with pleasing and instructive conversation during the journey." The Prince continued to frown, yet bit his lip and repressed an angry retort. "But," protested the girl, "would it not be much safer for His Highness to enter the city of Frankfort protected by your army?" The Archbishop laughed a little. "My dear Hildegonde, the presence of Prince Roland causes you to overlook a vast difference in the status of you both, but surely the exercise of a little imagination should present to you the true aspect of affairs. You are a free woman, and I hold the document by which you regained your liberty. Do not be deluded, therefore, by the apparent fact that His Highness can raise a clenched fist aloft and defy the heavens. It is not so. He wears fetters on his ankles and manacles round his wrists. Roland is a prisoner and must straightway immure himself. Your Highness, before us stands the stately castle of Sayn, where presently you shall refresh yourself and be furnished with an untired charger, on which to ride all night, that you may reach the gates of Ehrenfels early tomorrow morning. Once there, place the wine-loving Heinrich out of harm in the deepest dungeon, and take his place as prisoner. It is arranged that the 3 archbishops personally escort you to Frankfort in the barge of Mayence, which will land you at the water steps of the royal palace. If it were known that I had been even an hour in your company, your chances of reaching the throne would be seriously jeopardized." "Surely such haste is unnecessary," cried the girl. "He can set out tomorrow in one direction while we go in another. He travelled all last night, and for most part of it was paddling a boat containing 4 people, has ridden almost since daylight, and now to journey on horseback throughout the night is too much for human endurance." The grave smile of the Archbishop shone upon her anxiety. "For lack of a nail the shoe was lost," he said, "and you know the remainder of the warning. If Prince Roland cares to risk an empire for a night's rest, I withdraw my objection." The Prince suddenly wheeled his horse, and coming briskly round to the side of the girl, placed a hand in hers. "A decision, Countess," he cried. "Give me your decision. I shall always obey you." "Oh, the rashness of youth!" murmured the Archbishop. The girl looked up at the young man, and he caught his breath and clasped her hand more tightly as he gazed into the depths of her glorious eyes. "You must go," she sighed. "Yes, alas." He raised her unresisting hand to his lips, and again turned his horse. "You will obey?" asked the Archbishop. "I will obey, my lord." He flashed from its scabbard into the rays of the setting sun the sword he had made, and elevating the hilt to his forehead, saluted the Archbishop. "I shall see you at Ehrenfels, my lord." "Ah, do not go thus. Come to the castle for an hour's rest at least." The young man whirled his sword around and caught it by the blade, touching the hilt with his lips, as if it were a cross. "I thank God," said he, "that I can willingly keep my oath." Then, looking at the girl, "For the Empress, and not for the Empire," he cried. The sword seemed to drop into the scabbard of its own accord, as Roland set spurs to his steed and away. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 18. The Swordmaker at Bay. The heir presumptive to the throne reached Frankfurt very quietly in the Archbishop's barge, and was landed after nightfall at the water steps of the imperial palace. The funeral of the emperor took place almost as if it were a private ceremonial. Grave trouble had been anticipated, and the route of the procession, for the short distance between palace and cathedral, was thickly lined on either side by the troops of the 3 archbishops. This precaution proved unnecessary. The dispirited citizens cared nothing for their late nominal ruler, and they manifested their undisguised hatred of the real rulers, the archbishops, by keeping indoors while the soldiers marched the streets. The condition of the capital was unique. It suffered from a famine of money rather than a famine of food. Frankfurt starved in the midst of plenty. Never had the earth been more fruitful than during this year, and the coming autumn promised a harvest that would fill the granaries to overflowing. Yet no one brought in food to Frankfurt, for the common people had not the money to buy. The working population depended entirely upon the merchants and manufacturers, and with the collapse of mercantile business, thousands were thrown out of employment, and this penniless mob was augmented by the speedy cessation of all manufacturing. After the feudal bread riots earlier in the year, put down so drastically by the archbishops, the population of the city greatly diminished, and the country round about swarmed with homeless wanderers, who at least were sure of something to eat. But being city-bred, and consequently useless for agricultural employment, they gradually joined into groups and marauding bands, greatly to the menace of the provinces they traversed. Indeed, rumor had it that the robberies from certain castles on the Rhine and the burning of Fürstenberg were the work of these free companies. Consequently, a sense of uneasiness permeated the empire, whose rulers, great and small, began to foresee that a continuance of this state of things meant disaster to the rich as well as misery to the poor. Charity, spasmodic and unorganized, proved wholly unable to cope with the disaster that had befallen the capital city. When darkness set in on the 3rd night after Roland's return to Frankfurt, he made his way out into the unlighted streets, acting with caution until certain he was not followed, then betook himself to the palace belonging to the Archbishop of Cologne. The porter at first refused him entrance, and Roland, not wishing to make himself known, declared he had an appointment with his lordship. Trusting that the underling could not read, he presented his parchment safe-conduct, asking him to give that to his lordship, with a message that the bearer awaited his pleasure. The suspicious servant, seeing the grand seal of the Empire upon the document, at once conducted Roland to a room on the ground floor, then departed with the manuscript to find his master. The archbishop returned with him, the imperial scroll in his hand, and a distinctly perceptible frown upon his brow. When the servant withdrew, closing the door, the prelate said, "Highness, this is a very dangerous procedure on your part." "Why, my lord?" "Because you are certain to have been followed." "What matter for that?" asked the young man. "I am quite unknown in Frankfurt." "Prince Roland," said the archbishop gravely, "until your election is actually accomplished, you would be wise to do nothing that might arouse the suspicion of Mayence. This house is watched night and day, and all who come and go are noted. I dare say that within 15 minutes Mayence will know you have visited me." "My dear archbishop, they cannot note an unknown man. The uneasiness of Frankfurt has already taken hold of me, and therefore I saw to it that I was not followed." If you were not followed when you came, you will certainly be followed as you return. In that case, my lord, the spies will track me to the innocent home of Herr Gobel, the merchant in the Fargas. They will shadow you when you leave his house. Then their industry will be rewarded by an enjoyable terminus, in other words, the drinking cellar of the Rheingold. Be assured, your highness, that ultimately you will be traced to the royal palace. Again, not so, my lord. They will be led across the bridge into the mechanics' quarter of Sachsenhausen, and if the watch continues, they must make a night of it, for I shall enter my humble room there and go to bed. I see you have it all planned out, commented the discomfited archbishop. The young man laughed. I anticipate an interesting life, my lord, because it is my habit to think before I act, and I notice that this apparently baffles the electors. The truth is that you three are so subtle, and so much afraid of one another, so on the alert lest you be taken by surprise, that a straightforward action on my part throws all intrigue out of gear. Now, I'll warrant you cannot guess why I came here tonight. Oh, I know the reason very well. Do you? That astonishes me. What is the reason? You came to see the Countess von Sayn. Ah, is the lady within? Why, of course, she must be. I remember now. She was to accompany you to Frankfurt, and it naturally follows she is your guest. She is my guest, your highness, and one reason why you cannot see her is because at this moment the lady converses with the Count Palatine, who has just arrived from Gutenfels. As the Countess and myself enjoyed his hospitality not long ago in that stronghold, I have invited him to be my guest until the coronation ceremonies are completed. My lord, I regret that your hospitality halts when it reaches your future emperor. Why may I not be introduced to the Count Palatine? Such introduction must not take place except in the presence of the other electors. I am very anxious, as you may perceive, that nothing shall be done to jeopardize your own prospects. We have arrived, your highness, at a critical moment. History relates that more than one candidate has come to the very steps of the throne, only to be rejected at the last moment. I am too sincere a friend to risk such an outcome in your own case. Then you think it injudicious of me to see the Countess until after the election? I not only think it injudicious, your highness, but I intend to prevent a meeting. Again the young man laughed. 'Tis blessed, then, that I came for no such purpose. Otherwise I might have been deeply disappointed. For what purpose did you come, highness? The imperial palace, my lord, belongs no more to my mother. If she or I continue there to reside, we seem to be taking for granted that I shall be elected emperor, an assumption unfair to the 7 electors, whose choice should be untrammeled by even a hint of influence. I beg of you, therefore, my lord, to extend your hospitality to my mother. I have spoken to her on this subject, and she will gladly be your guest, happy, I am sure, to forsake that gloomy abode. I am honored, your highness, by the opportunity you give me. I shall wait upon the Empress tomorrow at whatever hour is convenient for Her Majesty to receive me. You are most kind. I suggested that she should name the hour, and midday was chosen. The archbishop bowed profoundly. The young man rose and held out his hand, which the archbishop took with cordiality. The prince looked very straightforwardly at his host, and the latter thought that he detected a twinkle in his eye, as he said with decision, "Tomorrow I shall formally notify my Lord of Mayence that the Empress has chosen your palace as her place of residence until after the coronation, and I shall request his lordship to crave your permission that I may call here every day to see my mother." Again Cologne bowed, and made no farther protest, although Roland seemingly expected one, but as it did not come, the prince continued. "Here is my address in Sachsenhausen, should you wish a communication to reach me in haste. And kindly command your porter not to parley when I again demand speech with your lordship. Good night. I thank you, my lord, for your courtesy." And the energetic youth disappeared before the slow-thinking archbishop could call up words with which to reply. Cologne did not immediately rejoin his guests, but stood a very figure of perplexity, muttering to himself, "If our friend Mayence thinks that youngster is to be molded like soft clay, he is very much mistaken. I hope Roland will not cause him to feel the iron hand too soon. I wonder why Mayence is delaying the election. Can it be that already he distrusts his choice, or is it the question of a wife?" Meanwhile, the front door of the archbishop's palace had clanged shut, and Roland strode across the square, careless or unconscious of spies, looking neither to the right nor to the left. He made his way speedily to the Fargas, walking down that thoroughfare until he came to Herr Gobel's door, where he knocked and was admitted. Ushered into the room where he had parted from the merchant, he found Herr Gobel seated at his table as if he had never left it. The merchant, with a cry of delight, greeted the young man. "Well, Herr Gobel, you see I have been a successful trafficker. Your bales of goods are all in Castle Pfalz, and I trust the barge returned safely to you with the money." "It did indeed, your highness." "Has the coin been counted?" "Yes, and it totals an enormous, almost unbelievable sum, which I have set down here to the last stiver." "That is brave news. Have any demands been made on you for its partition?" "No, your highness." "Now, Herr Gobel, I have determined that all that money, which is in effect stolen property, shall go to the feeding of Frankfurt's poor. Buying provender shrewdly, how long would this treasure keep hunger away from the gates of Frankfurt?" "That requires some calculation, your highness." "A month?" "Surely so." 2 months, perhaps. 'Tis likely, but I deal in cloth, not in food, and therefore cannot speak definitively without computation and the advice of those expert in the matter." "Very well, Herr Gobel. Get your computations made as soon as possible. Call together your Merchants' Guild and ask its members. By the way," said Roland, suddenly checking himself, "give to me in writing the amount of gold I have sent you." The unsuspecting merchant did so, and Roland's eyes opened with astonishment when he glanced at the total. He then placed the paper in the wallet he carried. "You were perhaps about to suggest that a committee be appointed," ventured the merchant. "Yes, a small but capable committee, of which you shall be chairman and treasurer. But first you will ask the merchants to subscribe, out of their own wealth, a sum equaling the gold I filched from the barons." The merchant's face fell, and took on a doleful expression. "The times, your highness, have long been very bad, none of us making money." The prince held up his hand, and the merchant ceased his plaint. "If I can strip a baron of his wealth," he said, "I will not waste words over the fleecing of merchants. This contribution is to be given in the name of the 3 archbishops, whose heavy hands came down on you after the late insurrection. The archbishops have now 9,000 troops in Frankfurt. If given leave, they will collect the sum 3 times over within a very few hours. So you, as chairman of the committee, may decide whether the fund shall be a voluntary contribution or an impost gathered by soldiery. It matters nothing to me. Have it proclaimed throughout the city that, owing to the graciousness of the 3 archbishops, starvation is now at an end in Frankfurt. Highness, with your permission, and all due deference, it seems rather unjust that we should contribute the cash and lose the credit." "Yes, Herr Gobel, this is a very unjust world, as doubtless many of the starving people thought when they recollected that a few hundred of you possessed vast wealth while they were penniless. Nevertheless, there are good times ahead for all of us. Let me suggest that this money which I sent to you may prove sufficient, and so the subscriptions of the merchants can be returned to them. That is, if the relief fund is honestly administered. So set to work early tomorrow with energy. You merchants have had a long vacation. I think the Rhine will be open before many weeks are past, and then you can turn to your money-making. But our first duty is to feed the hungry. Good night, Herr Gobel." He left the merchant as dazed as was the archbishop. Once again outside, he made directly for the wine cellar of the Rheingold. On reaching the steps he heard a roar of talk, lightened now and then by the sound of laughter. He paused a moment before descending. It was evident that the company was enjoying itself, and Roland soliloquized somewhat sadly. "I am the disturbing element in that group. They seem to agree famously when by themselves. Ah, well, no matter. They will soon be rid of me." When Roland descended the stair, the proprietor greeted him with joy. "I have missed you, Herr Roland," he said, "so you may imagine how much the guild has regretted your absence." "Yes, I hear them bemoaning their fate." The innkeeper laughed. "How many are here tonight?" "There is a full house, Sir Roland." "Really? Are Kersbold and Gensbane within?" "Oh, yes, and there is no scarcity of money, thanks to you, I understand. Rather, our thanks are forever due to you, Herr Host, for sustaining us so long when we were penniless. We shall never forget that." And so, with a semi-military salute to the gratified cellarmen, Roland pushed open the door and entered the banqueting room of the Ironworkers' Guild. An instant silence fell on the group. "Good evening to you, gentlemen," said the prince, taking off his hat, and with a twist of his shoulders flinging the cloak from them. Instantly arose a great cheer, and Grusel, who occupied the chair at the head of the table, strode forward, took Roland's hat and cloak, and hung them up. After that he attempted to lead their captain to the seat of honor. "No, no, my dear lieutenant," said Roland, placing his hand affectionately on the other's shoulder. "A better man than I occupies the chair, and shall never be displaced by me." The others, now on their feet, with the exception of Kersbold and Gensbane, vociferously demanded that Roland take the chair. Smilingly he shook his head, and holding up his hand for silence, addressed them. "Take your seats, comrades, and Grusel, if you force me to give a command, I order you into that chair without farther protest." Grusel, with evident reluctance, obeyed. "Truth to tell, brothers, I have but a few moments to stop. I merely dropped in to enjoy a sip of wine with you, and to offer a proposal that, within 5 minutes, will make me the most unpopular man in this room. Therefore you see my wisdom in refusing a chair from which I should be very promptly ejected." One of the members poured a tankardful of wine from a flagon, and handed it to Roland, who, saluting the company, drank. "You did not divide the money, Grusel?" "No, Roland. We gave each man 500 thalers, to keep as best he might. We then concealed the rest of the gold between the bottom of the boat and its inner planking. Eberhard and I construed your orders somewhat liberally, conceiving it was your desire to get our treasure and ourselves safely to Frankfurt." "Quite right," corroborated Roland. "When morning came upon us, we soon discovered that the whole country was aroused, because of the destruction of Fürstenberg and the looting of Sonneck. No one knew where the next raid would strike, and therefore the whole countryside was in a turmoil. Now, the only fact known to the despoiled was that a long black barge had appeared in front of the castle while the attack was made from behind. We realized that it would be impossible for us to go up the river except in darkness. So in case of a search, we concealed the treasure where it was not likely to be come at, and each day lay quiet at an unfrequented part of the river, rowing all night. Not until we reached the main did we venture on a daylight voyage. It was agreed among us unanimously that the money should be placed in Ergobel's keeping until you returned." "That was all excellently done," commented Roland. "I have just been to see Ergobel, and was surprised to learn how much we had actually taken. And now I ask you to make a great sacrifice. This city is starving. If we give that gold to its relief, the merchants of Frankfurt will contribute an equal amount. I do not know how long such a total will keep the wolves from the doors of Frankfurt, probably for 6 months. I shall learn definitely tomorrow." Here Roland outlined his plan of relief, which was received in silence. Kersbold spoke up. "I should like to know how much the total is." "That is a matter with which you have nothing to do," growled Grusel. Then, turning to Roland, who had not yet taken a seat, he said, "So far as my share is concerned, I agree." "I agree," added Eberhard, and so it went down along each side of the table until 18 had spoken. Kersbold rose with a smile on his face. "I don't know how it is, ex-captain, that the moment you come among us there seems to arise a spirit of disputation. Curiously enough, Herr Kersbold, that same thought arose in my mind as I listened to your hilarity before I entered. I beg to add, for your satisfaction, that this is my last visit to the guild, and never again shall I disturb its harmony." "There is no lack of harmony," cried Eberhard, laughing as he rose. "The agreement has been practically unanimous, quite unanimous, in fact, among those entitled to share in the great treasure. I believe Herr Kersbold has a claim, if it has not been forfeited, to the loot of Rheinstein." "There is no lack of harmony," cried Eberhard, laughing as he rose. "The agreement has been practically unanimous, quite unanimous, in fact, among those entitled to share in the great treasure. I believe Herr Kersbold has a claim, if it has not been forfeited, to the loot of Rheinstein." "Now, even the genial Eberhard," continued Kersbold, "although his words are blameless, speaks with a certain tone of acerbity, while my friend Grusel has become gruff as a bear." "You need not labour that point, Herr Kersbold," said Roland. "I have resigned." "I just wished to remark," Kersbold went on, "that I rose for the purpose of stating I had some slight share in something. Stolen property. Honor among thieves, you know. Are my rights to this share disputed?" "No," said the chairman shortly. "Very well," concluded Kersbold. "As I am graciously permitted to speak in the august presence of our ex-captain, I desire to say that whatever my share happens to be, I bestow it gladly, nay, exultantly, upon the poor of Frankfurt." With that Kersbold sat down, And there was first a roar of laughter, followed by a clapping of hands. Gensbane rose and said briefly, "I do as Kersbold does." "Now," said Roland, "I want a number of volunteers to start out into the country early tomorrow morning. Grussel, you, as chairman, will designate the routes. Each man is to penetrate as far as he can along the main roads, asking the farmers to bring everything in the shape of food they have to sell. Tell them a vast sum has been collected, and that their cartloads will be bought entire the moment they enter the city. There will be no waiting for their money. Prompt payment, and everything eatable purchased immediately. Grussel, I put on you the hardest task. Penetrate into the forest south of the Main, and tell the charcoal burners and woodmen to bring in material for kitchen fires. How many will volunteer?" Every man rose. Roland thanked them. "I shall now divulge a secret, and you will see that when it was told to me I remembered your interests. It has been my privilege to meet, since I saw you, more than one man who is a ruler in this empire." "Did they tell you who is to be the new emperor?" cried one. "That is known only to the electors. But what I was about to say is this. There are to be established by the government ironworks on a scale hitherto unknown in any land. I believe, and did my best to inculcate that belief in others, that we are on the verge of an age of iron, and, knowing your skill, I am privileged to offer each of you the superintendency of a department, with compensation never before given so lavishly in Germany. I am also induced to believe that the new emperor will bestow a title on each of you who desire such honor, so that there can be no question of your right to wear a sword. Grussel, you must receive reports from each of our food scouts, and I shall be glad to know the outcome, if you take the trouble to call upon me any hour after 9 o'clock at night at my old room in Sachsenhausen. And now, good night, and good luck to you all." Roland went over the bridge, and so reached his room on the other side. He glanced around several times to satisfy himself that he was not spied upon, and laughed at the apprehension of the archbishop. Entering his room, he lit a lamp, took off his cloak and flung it on the bed, then unbuckled his sword belt and hung it and the weapon on a peg, placing his cloak above them. He was startled by a loud knock at the door, and stood for a moment astonished, until it was repeated with the stern warning, "Open in the name of the archbishop!" The young man strode forward, drew back the bolt, and flung open the door. An officer, with 2 soldiers behind him, came across the threshold, and at the side motion of the officer's head, a soldier closed and bolted the door. Roland experienced a momentary thrill of indignation at this rude intrusion. Then he remembered he was a mechanic, and that his line must be humble and deferential. "You came tonight from the Imperial Palace. What were you doing there?" "I was trying to gain admission, sir." "For what purpose?" "I wished," said Roland, rapidly outlining his defense in his own mind, "I wished to see some high officer, someone of your own position, sir, but it was not so fortunate as to succeed. I could not pass the sentries without a permit, which I did not then possess, but hope to acquire tomorrow. Again I ask, for what purpose?" "For a purpose which causes me delight in meeting your excellency." "I am no excellency. Come to the point. For what purpose?" "To show the officer a sword of such superior quality that a man armed with it, and given a certain amount of skill, stands impregnable." "Do you mean to tell me that you went to the royal palace for the purpose of selling a second-hand sword?" "Oh no, my lord." "Do not be so free with your titles. Call me lieutenant." "Well, lieutenant, sir, I hope to get orders for 100, perhaps 1,000 of these weapons." "Where did you go after leaving the palace?" "I went to the residence of that great prince of the church, the Archbishop of Cologne." "Ah, you did not succeed in seeing his lordship, I suppose?" "Pardon me, lieutenant, but I did. His lordship is keenly interested in both weapons and armor." "Did he give you an order for swords?" "No, lieutenant. He seems to be a very cautious man. He asked me to visit him in Cologne, or, if I do not do that, to see his general, now in Frankfurt. You understand, lieutenant, the presence of the 3 archbishops with their armies offers me a great opportunity, by which I hope to profit." The officer looked at him with a puzzled expression on his face. "Where next did you go?" "I went to the house of a merchant in the Fargas." "Ah, that tale doesn't hold. Merchants are not allowed to wear swords." "No, lieutenant, but a merchant on occasion can supply capital that will enable the skilled workmen to accept a large contract. If I should see the general of his lordship tomorrow, and he gave me an order for, say, 2,000 swords, I have not enough money to buy the metal, and I could not ask for payment until I delivered the weapons." "Did the merchant agree to capitalize you?" "He, too, was a cautious man, Lieutenant. He wished first to see the contract, and know who stood responsible for payment." "Wise man," commented the officer. "And so, disheartened, I suppose, you returned here?" "No, Lieutenant. The day has been warm, and I have traveled a good deal. I went from the merchant's house to the Rhinegold Tavern, there to drink a tankard of wine with my comrades, a score of men who have formed what they call the Ironworkers' Guild. I drank a tankard with them, and then came direct here, where I arrived but a few moments ago." The officer was more and more puzzled. Despite this young man's deferential manner, his language was scarcely that of a mechanic, yet this certainly was his own room, and he had told the absolute truth about his wanderings, as one who has nothing to fear. The lieutenant stood for a space of time with eyes to the floor, as silent as the soldiers behind him. Suddenly he looked up. "Show me the sword! I'll tell you where it's made." If he expected hesitation, he was mistaken. Roland gave a joyful cry, swept aside the cloak, whisked forth the sword, flung it up, and caught it by the blade. Then, with a low bow, handed it to the officer, who flashed it through the air, bent the blade between finger and thumb, and took it near the lamp and scrutinized it with the eye of an expert. "A good weapon, my friend. Where was it made? I have never seen one like it." "It was made by my own hands, here in Frankfurt. Of course I go first to those who know least about the matter, but if I can get an introduction to his lordship of Mayence, his officers will know a sword when they see it, and I hope tonight fortune, in leading you to my door, has brought me an officer of Mayence." The lieutenant looked at him, and for the first time smiled. He handed back the weapon, signed to his men to unbolt the door, which they did, stepping out. Then he said, "I bid you good night. Your answers have been satisfactory, but I set you down not as a mechanic, but a very excellent merchant of swords." "Lieutenant," said Roland, "you do not flatter me." He raised his weapon in a military salute. "I am no merchant, but a sword maker." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Sword Maker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sword Maker by Robert BARR. Chapter 19. The Betrothal in the Garden. Next morning, Prince Roland sent a letter to the Archbishop of Mainz, informing him that the Empress had taken up her abode in the palace of her old friend the Lord of Cologne, giving the reasons for this move and his own desertion of the imperial palace, and asking permission to call upon his mother each day. The messenger brought back a prompt reply, which commended the delicacy of his motives in leaving the royal palace, but added that, so far as the 3 archbishops were concerned, the Saalhof was still at their disposal. Of course Prince Roland's movements were quite untrammelled, and again, so far as concerned the 3 archbishops, he was at liberty to visit whom he pleased, as often as he liked. While waiting for the return of his messenger, Roland called upon Herr Goebbels, and told him that 20 emissaries had gone forth in every direction from Frankfurt to inform the farming community that a market had been opened in the city, and in exchange learned what the merchant had already done towards furthering the necessary organisation. "Oh, by the way, Herr Goebbels," he cried, suddenly recollecting, "just write out and sign a document to this effect. I promise Herr Roland, swordmaker of Sachsenhausen, to supply him with the capital necessary for carrying out his contract with his lordship the Archbishop of Cologne." Without demur, the merchant indited the document, signed it, and gave it to the prince. "If any emissary of Mainz pays you a domiciliary visit, Herr Goebbels, asking questions about me, carefully conceal my real status, and reply that I am an honest, skillful swordmaker, anxious to revive the ironworking industry, and for this reason, being yourself solicitous for the welfare of Frankfurt, you are risking some money." In the afternoon, Roland walked to the Palace of Cologne and boldly entered, with no attempt at secrecy, the doorkeeper on this occasion offering no impediment to his progress. He learned that the Empress, much fatigued, had retired to her room and must not be disturbed, that the Archbishop was consulting with the Count Palatine, while the Countess von Sayn was walking in the garden. Roland passed with some haste through the palace and emerged into the grounds behind it, grounds delightfully umbrageous, and of an extent surprisingly large, surrounded by a very high wall of stone, so solidly built that it might successfully stand a siege. Roland found the girl sauntering very slowly along one of the most secluded alleys, whose gravel path lay deeply in the shade caused by the thick foliage of overhanging trees, which made a cool green tunnel of the walk. Her head was slightly bowed in thought, her beautiful face pathetic in its weariness, and the young man realized, with a pang of sympathy, that she was still, to all intents and purposes, a prisoner, with no companions but venerable people. She could not, and indeed did not, attempt to suppress an exclamation of delight at seeing him, stretching out both hands in greeting, and her countenance cleared as if by magic. "I was thinking of you," she cried, without a trace of coquetry. "I judged your thoughts to be rather gloomy," he said, with a laugh, in which she joined. "Gloomy only because I could see or hear nothing of you. Did you know I came yesterday?" "No. Why did you not ask to see me?" "I was informed you were entertaining the Count Palatine." "Ah, yes. He's a delightful old man. I like him better and better as time goes on. My guardian and I were guests of his at Ehrenfels, just before I occupied the marine prison of Pfalz. So your guardian told me." They were now walking side by side in the secluded, thickly wooded avenue, just wide enough for two, running in a straight line from wall to wall the whole length of the property, in the part most remote from the house. "Nothing disastrous has happened to you?" she asked. "I have had miserable forebodings." "No, I am living a most commonplace life, quite uneventful." "But why does the Archbishop of Mainz delay the election?" "I did not know he was doing so." "Oh, my guardian is very anxious about it. Such postponement, I understand, never happened before. The state is without a head." "Has your guardian spoken to Mainz about it?" "Yes, and has been met by the most icy politeness. Mainz wishes this election to take place with a full conclave of 7 electors, 3 of whom have not yet arrived. But my guardian says they never arrive, and take no interest in imperial matters. He pointed out to Mainz that a quorum of the court is already in Frankfurt, but his lordship of the Upper Rhine merely protests that they must not force an election, all of which my guardian thinks is a mere hiding of some design on the part of Mainz." Prince Roland meditated on this for a few moments. Then, as if shaking off his doubts, he said, "It never occurs to one archbishop that either of the others may be speaking the truth. There's so much mistrust among them that they nullify all united action, which accounts for the prostrate state of this city, the capital of one of the most prosperous countries under the sun. So far as I can see, taken individually, they're upright, trustworthy men. Now, to give you an instance, your guardian last night was simply panic-stricken at my audacity in visiting him. He said I must not come again, refusing me permission to see you. He told you nothing of my conference with him. He felt certain I was being tracked by spies, and could not be made to understand that my presence here was of no consequence one way or another." "Then why are you here now?" "I am just coming to that. I asked your guardian to invite my mother as his guest. Have you met her yet?" "No, they told me the Empress was too tired to receive anyone. I am to be introduced at dinner tonight." "Well, this morning I wrote to the Archbishop of Mainz, telling him of my interview with your guardian, the reason for it, and the results. His reply came promptly by return." Roland produced the document. "Just read that, and see whether you detect anything sinister in it." She read the letter thoughtfully. "That is honest enough on the surface." "On the surface, yes. But why not below the surface as well? That is a frank assent to a frank request. I think that if the archbishops would treat each other with open candour, they would save themselves a good deal of anxiety." "Perhaps," said the girl, very quietly. "You are not convinced?" "I don't know what to think." Then she looked up at him quickly. "Were you followed last night?" "Ah!" ejaculated Roland, laughing a little. "Apparently not, so far as I could see. But the night was very dark." Then he related to her the incident succeeding the return to his room, while she listened with breathless eagerness. "The lieutenant," he concluded, "did not deny that he was in the service of Mainz when I hinted as much. But on the other hand, he did not admit it. Of course, I knew by his uniform to whom he belonged. He conducted my examination with military abruptness, but skillfully and with increasing courtesy, although I proclaimed myself a mechanic." "You a mechanic?" she said incredulously. "Do you think he believed it?" "I see you doubt my histrionic ability, but when next he waits upon me, I shall produce documentary evidence of my status, and what is more, I'll take to my workshop." "Do you possess a workshop?" cried the girl in amazement. "Do I? Why, I am partner with a man named Greusel, and we own a workshop together. A gruff, clumsy individual, as you would think, but who nevertheless, with his delicate hammer, would beat you out in metal a brooch finer than that you are wearing." "Do you mean Joseph?" "Yes," replied Roland, astonished. "What do you know of him?" "Have you forgotten so soon? It was his stalwart shoulders that burst in my door at Pfalz, and you yourself told me his name was Joseph Greusel. Were all those marauders you commanded honest mechanics?" "Every man of them." Then you must be the villain of the piece who led these worthy ironworkers astray. Roland laughed heartily. That is quite true, he said. Have I fallen in your estimation? No, to me you appeared as a rescuer. Besides, I come of a race of ruffians, and doubtless on that account take a more lenient view of your villainy than may be the case with others. The young man stopped in his walk, and seized her hands again, which she allowed him to possess unresisting. Hilda, he said solemnly, your guardian thought the Archbishop of Mainz had relented, and would withdraw his opposition to our marriage. Has Mainz said anything to corroborate that estimate? Nothing. Has your guardian broached the subject to him? Yes, but the attitude of my Lord of Mainz was quite inscrutable. Personally, I think my guardian wrong in his surmise. The Archbishop of Treves murmured that Mainz never forgives. I am certain I offended him too deeply for pardon. He wishes the future Empress to be a pliable creature who will influence her husband according to his lordship's desires, but, as I have boasted several times, I belong to the House of Sayn. Hilda, will you marry me in spite of the Archbishops? Roland, will you forego kingship for my sake? Yes, 1,000 times yes. You said, for the Empress, not for the Empire, but if I am no Empress, you will as cheerfully wed me? Yes. Then I say yes. He caught her in his arms, and they floated into the heaven of their first kiss, an ecstatic melting together. Suddenly she drew away from him. There is someone coming, she whispered. Nothing matters now, said Roland breathlessly. There is no one in the world today but you and me. Hildegund drew her hands down her cheeks, as if to brush away their telltale colour and their warmth. 'Tis like, said Roland, that you marry a poor man. Nothing matters now, she repeated, laughing tremulously. I am said to be the richest woman in Germany. I shall build you a forge, and enlist myself your apprentice. We will paint over the door, Herr Roland and wife, sword makers. 2 men appeared at the end of the alley, and stood still, the one with a frown on his brow, the other with a smile on his lips. Oh, whispered the Countess, panic striking from her face the colour that her palms had failed to remove. The Archbishop and Count Palatine! His lordship strode forward, followed more leisurely by the smiling Count. Prince Roland, said Cologne, I had not expected this after our conference of last night. I fail to understand why, my lord, when my parting words were, tell your porter to let me in without parley. That surely indicated an intention on my part to visit the palace? Your Highness knows that so far as I am concerned you are very welcome, and always shall be so, but at this junction there are others to consider. Roland interrupted. Read this letter, my lord, and you will learn that I am here with the full concurrence of that generous prince of the church, Mainz. Cologne, with knitted brow, scrutinized the communication. Your Highness is most courageous, but, if I may be permitted, just a trifle too clever. My Highness is not clever at all, but merely meets a situation as it arises. Prince Roland, said the Countess, her head raised proudly, may I introduce to you my friend, and almost my neighbour, the Count Palatine of the Rhine. Ah, pardon me, murmured the Archbishop, covered with confusion, but the jovial Count swept away all embarrassment by his hearty greeting. Prince Roland, I am delighted with the honour her ladyship accords me, and I, my lord, am exceedingly gratified to meet the Count Palatine again. Again! Cried the Count in astonishment. If ever we had encountered one another, your Highness, I certainly should not have been the one to forget the privilege. The Prince laughed. It is true, nevertheless. My Lord Count, there is a namesake of mine in the precincts of your strong castle of Gutenfels, a namesake who does more honour to the title than I do myself. The Count Palatine threw back his head, and the forest garden echoed with boisterous laughter. You mean my black charger, Prince Roland, he shouted. A noble horse indeed. How knew you of him? If your Highness cares for horses, allow me to present him to you. Never, my Lord Count. You are too fond of him yourself, and I've always had an affectionate feeling towards you for your love of that animal, which, indeed, hardly exceeds my own. I grasped his bridle rein and held the stirrup while you mounted. How is that possible? Asked the astonished Count. I cared for Prince Roland nearly a month, receiving generous wages, and what I valued more, your own commendation, for you saw I was as fond of horses as you were. Good heavens! Were you that youth who came so mysteriously and disappeared without warning? Yes, laughed the Prince. I know Gutenfels nearly as well as you do. I was a spy, studying the art of war and methods of fortification. I stopped in various capacities at nearly all the famous castles of the Rhine, and this knowledge recently came in— Your Highness, pleaded the Archbishop. I implore you to remember that the Count Palatine is an elector of the Empire, and, as I was told last night, we are facing a crisis. Until that crisis is past, you will add to my already great anxiety by any lack of reticence on your part." "By the 3 kings!" cried the Count. "This youth, if I may venture to call him so, has bound me to him with bands stronger than chain armour. I shall vote for him whoever falters." "His Highness," said the Archbishop, with a propitiatory smile, "has been listening to the Eastern tales which our ancestors brought from the Crusades, and I fear has filled his head with fancies." "Really, Archbishop, you misjudge me," said the young man. "I am the most practical person in the Empire. You interrupted my boasting to her ladyship of my handiwork. I would have you know I am a capable mechanic and a sword-maker." "What think you of that, my lord?" he asked, drawing forth his weapon and handing it to Cologne. "An excellent blade indeed," said the latter, balancing it in his hand. "Very well, my lord. I made it and tempered it unassisted. I beg you to re-enter your palace, and write me out an order for 1,000 of these weapons. If your Highness really wishes me to do this, and there is no concealed humorism in your request which I am too dull to fathom, you must accompany me to my study and dictate the document I am to indite. I shall wait till you bid farewell to the Countess." A glance of mutual understanding flashed between the girl and himself. Then Roland raised her hand to his lips, and though the onlookers saw the gallant salutation, they knew nothing of the gentle pressure with which the fingers exchanged their confidences. "Madam," said the prince, "it will be my pleasure and duty to wait upon my mother tomorrow. May I look forward to the happiness of presenting you to her?" "I thank you," said the Countess simply, with a glance of appeal at her guardian. That good man sighed, then led the way into the house. End of chapter 19. Recording by Squeaky.
Chapter 22 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 22. The Mystery of the Forest. Roland left the palace with a sense of elation he had never before experienced, but this received a check as soon as he saw standing in the middle of the square the lieutenant of the night before. His first impulse was to avoid the officer, yet almost instinctively he turned and walked directly to him, which apparently nonplussed the brave emissary of Mayence. "Good afternoon to you, sir," began Roland, as if overjoyed to see him. "Will you permit me to speak to you, sir?" "Well," said the lieutenant curtly. "My forge, which has been black and cold for many a long day, will soon be alight and warm again. What think you of this?" He handed to the lieutenant his order for 1,000 swords, and the officer made a mental note of the commission as an interesting point in armament that would be appreciated by his chief. "You did not inform me last night who was the merchant you hoped would finance your enterprise." "Hoped?" echoed Roland, his eyes sparkling. "'Tis more than hope, Herr Lieutenant. His name is Goebel, and he is one of the richest and chieftest traffickers of Frankfurt. Why, my fortune is made. Read this, written in his own hand. I got it from him before midday, on my mere word that I was certain of an order from his lordship." "You are indeed much to be envied," said the lieutenant coldly, returning the 2 documents. "Ah, but I am just at the beginning. If you would favour me by smoothing the way to his lordship, the Archbishop of Mayence, I, in return—" "Out upon you for a base-born, profit-mongering churl! Do you think that I, an officer, would demean myself by partnering a bagman?" The lieutenant turned on his heel, strode away, and left him. Roland pursued his way with bowed head, as though stricken by the rebuff. Nearing the bridge, he saw a crowd around an empty cart, standing by which a man in rough clothing was cursing most vociferously. At first he thought there had been an accident, but most of the people were laughing loudly, so, halting in the outskirts, he asked the cause of the commotion. "'Tis but a fool farmer," said a man, "who came from the country with his load of vegetables. 'Tis safer to enter a lion's den unarmed than to come into Frankfurt with food while people are starving. He has been plundered to the last leaf." Roland shuddered his way through the crowd and touched the frantic man on the shoulder. "What was the value of your load?" he said. "A misbegotten liar told me this morning that a market had opened in Frankfurt, and that there was money to be had. No sooner am I in the town than everything I brought in is stolen." Yes, I know all about that. My question is, how much is your merchandise worth?" "Worth? 30 thalers I expected to get, and now—" "30 thalers," interrupted the prince. "Here is your money. Get you gone, and tell your neighbors there is prompt payment for all the provender they can bring in." The man calmed down as if a bucket of water had been thrown on him. He counted the payment with miserly care, testing each coin between his teeth, then mounted his cart without a word of thanks, and, to the disappointment of the gathering mob, drove away. Roland, seething with anger, walked directly to the house of Herr Goebel, and found that placid old burgher seated at his table. 10,000 curses on your indolence," he cried. "Where are your committee, and the emissaries empowered to carry out the scheme of relief I have ordered?" "Committee? Emissaries?" cried the astonished man. "There has been no time." "Time, you thick-headed fool! I'll time you by hanging you to your own front door. There has been time for me to send my men out into the country, time for a farmer to come in with a cartload of produce and be robbed here under your very nose. Maledictions on you! You sit here, well fed, and cry there is no time. If I had not paid the yeoman, he would have gone back into the country crying we were all thieves here in Frankfurt. Now listen to me. I drew my sword once upon you in jest. Should I draw it a second time, it will be to penetrate your lazy carcass by running you through. If within 2 hours there is not a paymaster at every gate in Frankfurt to buy and pay for each cartload of produce as it comes, and also a number of guides to tell that farmer where to deliver his goods, I'll give your town over to the military and order the sacking of every merchant's house within its walls." "It shall be done, it shall be done, it shall be done!" breathed the merchant, trembling as he rose, and he kept repeating the phrase with the iteration of a parrot. "You owe me 30 thalers, said the prince, calming down. "The first payment out of the relief fund. Give me the money." With quivering hands, Herr Goebel, seeing no humor in the application, handed over the money, which the prince slipped into his wallet. Dusk had fallen when at last he reached his room in Sachsenhausen, and there he found awaiting him Joseph Grusel, in semi-darkness and in total gloom. "Your housekeeper let me in," said the visitor. "Good. I did not expect you back so soon. Have the others returned?" "I do not know. I came direct here. I carry very ominous news, Roland, of impending disaster in Frankfurt." "Greater than at present, Empress, is it?" "Civil war, fire, and bloodshed. Close the door, Roland. I am tired out, and I do not wish to be overheard." The prince obeyed the request, locking the door. Going to a cupboard, he produced a generous flagon of wine and a tankard, setting the same on a small table before Grusel. Then he threw himself down in the one armchair the room possessed. Grusel filled the tankard, and emptied it without drawing breath. He plunged directly into his narrative. "I had penetrated less than half a league into the forest, when I was stopped by an armed man who stepped out from behind a tree. He wore the uniform of Mayence and proclaimed me a prisoner. I explained my mission, but this had no effect upon him. He asked if I would go with him quietly, or compel him to call assistance. Being helpless, I said I would go quietly. Notwithstanding this, he bound my wrists behind me, then with a strip of cloth blindfolded me. Taking me by the arm, he led me through the forest for a distance impossible to calculate. I think, however, we walked not more than 10 minutes. There was a stop and a whispered parley, a pause of a few minutes, and a further conference, which I partially heard. The commander before whom I must be taken was not ready to receive me. I should be placed in a tent, and a guard set over me. This was done. I asked that the cord, which hurt my wrists, might be removed, but instead my ankles were tied together, and I sat there on the ground, leaning against a pole at the back of the tent. Here my conductor left me, and I heard him give orders to those without to maintain a strict watch, but to hold no communication with me. I imagine that the tent I occupied stood back to back with the tent of the commander, for after some time I heard the sound of voices, and it seemed to me the voices of two men in authority. They had come to the back part of their tent, as if to speak confidentially, and their voices were low, yet I could hear them quite distinctly, being separated from them merely by 2 thicknesses of cloth. What I learned was this: there is concealed in the forest, within half an hour's quick march of the southern gate, a force of 7,000 soldiers. These soldiers belong to the Archbishop of Mayence, who commands an additional 3,000 within the walls of Frankfurt. Mayence holds the southern gate, as Treves holds the western and Cologne the northern. You see at once what that implies. Mayence can pour his troops into Frankfurt, say at midnight, and in the morning he has 10,000 soldiers as compared with the 3,000 each commanded by the archbishops of Treves and Cologne. That means civil war, and the complete crushing of the 2 northern archbishops.
"I think you take too serious a view of the matter," commented Roland. "Mayence is undoubtedly a subtle man, who takes every precaution that he shall have his own way. The reason that there will be no civil war is this: I happen to know on very excellent authority that so far as the electoral court goes, Mayence is paramount. He does not need to conquer Cologne and Treves by force, because he is already supreme by his genius for intrigue. He is a born ruler, and his methods are all those of diplomacy as against those of arms. I dare say if occasion demanded it, he would strike quick and strike effectually, but occasion does not demand. I am rather sure of my facts, and I know that the 3 archbishops, together with the Count Palatine of the Rhine, are in agreement to elect my namesake, Prince Roland, Emperor of Germany."
"Yes," said Grusel, "I heard that rumor, and it is generally believed in Frankfurt. Rumor, however, as usual, speaks falsely." The prince smiled at his pessimistic colleague, for that colleague was talking to the man who knew. Nevertheless, he listened patiently, for of course he could not yet reveal himself to his somber lieutenant, who continued his narrative. "The 2 men spoke of the unfortunate prince, who is, I understand, still a prisoner in Ehrenfels."
Here Roland laughed outright. "My dear Grusel, you are entirely mistaken. The prince was never really a prisoner, and is this moment in Frankfurt, as free to do what he likes as I am."
"I am sorry," said Grusel, "that you do not grasp the seriousness of the situation, but I have not yet come to the vital part of it. Although I thought the very fact that 7,000 men threatened Frankfurt would impress you."
"It does, Grusel," said Roland, remembering the distrust in which both the Countess and her guardian held Mayence, and also the close watch his lordship was keeping over Frankfurt, as evidenced by the domiciliary visit paid to him by an officer of that potentate. "Go on, Grusel," he said more soberly. "I shall not interrupt you again."
"I gathered that Prince Roland actually had been chosen, but complications arose which I do not altogether understand. These complications relate to a woman, or 2 women, both of them equally objectionable to the Archbishop of Mayence. One of these 2 women was to marry the new emperor, but rather than have this happen, Mayence determined that another than Prince Roland should be elected, the reason being that Mayence feared one Empress would be entirely under the influence of Cologne if chosen, and the other under the influence of Treves. So his subtle lordship is deluding both of those electors. Cologne has been asked to bring to Frankfurt the woman he controls. Therefore he harbors the illusion that Mayence is reconciled to her. Treves also has been requested to bring the lady who is his relative. Thus, she too is in Frankfurt, and Treves blindly believes Mayence is favorable to her cause. As a matter of fact, Mayence will have neither, but has resolved to spring upon the electoral court the name of the Grand Duke Karl of Hesse, a middle-aged man already married,
and entirely under the dominance of his lordship of Mayence. Pardon me, Grusel, I must interrupt, in spite of my disclaimer. What you say sounds very ingenious, but it cannot be carried out. Treves, Cologne, and the Count Palatine are already pledged to vote for Prince Roland. So is Mayence himself. And to change front at the last moment would be to forswear himself and act as traitor to his colleagues. Now, he cannot afford to lose even one vote, and I believe that the Archbishop of Cologne will vote for Prince Roland through thick and thin. I think the same of the Count Palatine. Treves, of course, is always doubtful and wavering, but you see that the negative vote of the Archbishop of Cologne would render Mayence powerless and an election impossible. Doubtless what you say is true, and now you have put your finger on the danger spot. Why has the election been delayed beyond all precedent? That I do not know, replied Roland. The Archbishop of Mayence has sent peremptory orders to the 3 other electors, who are reported to be careless so far as imperial affairs are concerned, and quite indifferent regarding the personality of the future emperor. No one of these 3 electors, however, dares offend so powerful a man as Mayence. If the Archbishop can overawe his colleagues nominally equal to him in position, each commanding an army, how think you can 3 small nobles, with no soldiers at their back, withstand his requests, suavely given, no doubt, but with an iron menace behind them? True, muttered Roland. 2 of these nobles have already arrived, and are housed with the Archbishop of Mayence. The 3rd is expected here within 3 days, 4 days at the farthest. Mayence will immediately convene the electoral court, when the Count Palatine, with the 2 archbishops, may be astonished to find that for the first time in history, the whole 7 are present in the Walzimmer. Mayence will ask Cologne to make the nomination, and he will put forward the name of Prince Roland. On a vote being taken, the prince will be in a minority of 1. Mayence then shows his hand, nominating the Grand Duke Karl, who will be elected by a majority of 1. Then may ensue a commotion in the Walzimmer, and accusations of bad faith. But remember that Cologne and Treves are taken completely by surprise. They cannot communicate with their commanders, for the 3,000 troops which Mayence already has within Frankfurt will have quietly surrounded the town hall that contains the election chamber, and Mayence's 7,000 men from the forest are pouring through the southern gate into the city, making straight for the Romer. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke Karl, a man well known to the populace of Frankfurt, appears on the balcony of the Kaisersaal, and is loudly acclaimed the new emperor. Ah, Grusel, forgive my attitude of doubt. It is all as plain now as the cathedral tower. Still, there will be no civil war. Treves and Cologne will gather up their troops and go home, once more defeated by a man cleverer and more unscrupulous than both of them put together. They are but infants in his hands. Have you any suggestion to make? Asked Grusel. No, there is nothing to be done. You see, the young prince has no following. He is quite unknown in Frankfurt. His name can arouse no enthusiasm, and all in all, that strikes me as a very good thing. The Grand Duke Karl is popular, and I believe he will make a very good emperor. You mean, Roland, that the Archbishop of Mayence will make a very good ruler, for he will be the real king. Well, after all, Joseph, there is much to be said in favor of Mayence. He is a man who knows what he wants, and what is more, gets it. And that, after all, is the main thing in life. If anyone could sway the Archbishop so that he put his great talents to the benefit of his country, instead of thinking only of himself, what a triumph of influence that would be. By the 3 kings, I'd like to do it. I admire him. If I found opportunity, and could persuade him to join us in the relief of Frankfurt, and in opening the Rhine to commerce, we would give these inane merchants a lesson in organization. Grusel rose from his chair, poured out another tankardful from the flagon, and drank it off. I must go down now and meet the guild, he said. I have eaten nothing all day, and am as hungry as a wolf from the Taunus. Oh, how did you escape, by the way? I didn't escape. I was led blindfolded into a tent, where my bandage was removed,
and here a man in ordinary dress questioned me concerning my object in entering the forest. I told him exactly the truth, and explained what we were trying to do in Frankfurt. I dare say I looked honest and rather stupid. He asked when I set out and what direction I came, questioning me with a great affectation of indifference, wanted to know if I had met many persons, and I told him quite truthfully I met no one but the man I understood was a forester, a keeper, I supposed. "There are a number of us," he said, "hunting the wild boar, and we do not wish the animal life of these woods to be disturbed. We shall not be here longer than a week, but I advise you to seek another spot for what timber you require." He asked me finally if anyone in Frankfurt knew I had come to the forest, and I answered that the Guild of 20 knew, and that we were all to meet tonight at the Ringgold Tavern to report. He pondered for a while on the statement, and I suppose reached the conclusion that if I did not return to Frankfurt, might set out in the morning to search for me, being well known that the forest is dangerous on account of wild boars. So, as if it were of no consequence, he blindfolded me again, apologizing privately for doing so, saying it was quite unnecessary in the first instance, but as the guard had done so, he did not wish to censure him by implication. I answered that it did not matter at all, but desired him to order my wrists released, which was done. "I must say," commented Roland, "that the Archbishop of Mayence is well served by his officers. Your examiner was a wise man." "Yes," replied Grusel, "but nevertheless, I am telling my story here in Frankfurt." "No difference for that, because, as I have said, we can do nothing. Still, it is a blessing your examiner could not guess what you overheard in the other tent. He let you go thinking you had seen and learned nothing, and in doing so warded off a search party tomorrow." End of chapter 22. Recording by Campbell Shelp. Chapter 23 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 23, A Secret Marriage. Blessed is he that expects nothing, for he shall not be disappointed. Roland walked with Grusel across the bridge and through the streets to the entrance of the Rheingold, and there stopped. "I shall not go down with you," he said. "You have given me much to think of, and I am in no mood for a hilarious meeting. Indeed, I fear I should but damp the enthusiasm of the lads. Continue your good work tomorrow, and report to me at my room." With this, Roland bade Grusel good night and turned away. He walked very slowly as far as the bridge, and there, resting his arms on the parapet, looked down at the dark water. He was astonished to realize how little he cared about giving up the emperorship, and he recalled, with a glow of delight, his recent talk in the garden with Hildengund, and her assurance that she lacked all ambition to become the first lady in the land so long as they two spent their lives together. The bells of Frankfurt tolling the hour of 10 aroused him from his reverie, and brought down his thoughts from delicious dreams of romance to realms of reality. The precious minutes were passing over his head swiftly as the drops of water beneath his feet. There was little use of feeding Frankfurt if it must be given over to fire and slaughter. With a chill of apprehension he reviewed the cold treachery of Mayence, willing to levy the horrors of civil war upon an already stricken city, so long as his own selfish purposes were attained. "And yet," he said to himself, "there must be good in the man. I wish I knew his history. Perhaps he had to fight for every step he has risen in the world. Perhaps he has been baffled and defeated by deception, overcome by chicanery until his faith died within him. My faith would die within me were it not that when I meet a Mayence I encounter also the virtue of a Cologne, and the bluff honesty of a Count Palatine. How marvellous is this world, where the trickery of a Kurzbold and a Gensbein is cancelled by the faithfulness unto death of a Grusel and an Eberhard. Thus doth good balance evil, and then, And then how heaven beams upon earth in the angel glance of a good woman. God guide me aright, God guide me aright, he repeated fervently, and suppress in me all anger and uncharitableness. He walked rapidly across the bridge into Sachsenhausen, past his room at the street corner, and on to the monastery of the Benedictines, whose little chapel stood open night and day for the prayers of those in trouble or in sadness, habited only by one of the elder brothers, who gave, if it were needed, advice, encouragement, or spiritual comfort. Removing his hat, the prince entered into the silence on tiptoe, and kneeling before the altar, prayed devoutly for direction, asking the Almighty to turn the thoughts of his servant, Mayence, into channels that flowed towards peace and the relief of this unhappy city. As he rose to his feet, a weight lifted from his shoulders, and the buoyancy of youth drove away the depression that temporarily overcame him on hearing of the army threatening Frankfurt. His plans were honest, his methods conciliatory, and the path now seemed clear before him. The monk in charge, who had been kneeling in a dark corner near the door, now came forward to intercept him. "Will your highness deny me in the chapel as you did upon the bridge?" Roland stopped. In the gloom he had not recognized the ghostly father. "No, Father Ambrose, and I do now what I should have done then. I pray your blessing on the enterprise before me." "My son, it is willingly given, the more willingly that I may atone in part my forgetting of the holy woods. Judge not, that ye be not judged. I grievously misjudged you, as I learn from both the archbishop and my kinswoman. I ask your forgiveness." "I shall forgive you, Father Ambrose, if you make full, not partial atonement. The consequences of your mistake have proved drastic and far-reaching. The least of these consequences is that it has cost me the emperorship." "Oh," moaned the good man, "me culpa, me culpa. No penance put upon me can compensate for that disaster." "You blame yourself overmuch, good father. The penance I have to impose will leave me deeply in your debt. Now, to come from the least to the greatest of these results, so far as I am concerned, my marriage with your kinswoman, whom I love devotedly, is in jeopardy. Through her conviction that I was a thief, she braved the Archbishop of Mayence, who imprisoned her, and now his lordship has determined that the Grand Duke Karl of Hesse shall be emperor. Thus we arrive at the most important outcome of your error. Between the overwhelming forces of Mayence and the insufficient troops of Cologne and Treves, there may ensue a conflict causing the streets of Frankfurt to flow with blood." The pious man groaned dismally. "I have a plan which will prevent this. The day after tomorrow I shall renounce all claim to the throne, but, being selfish, like the rest, I refuse to renounce all claim to the woman the archbishops themselves chose as my wife. Neither shall I allow the case to be made further the plaything of circumstance. Your kinswoman, no later ago than this afternoon, confessed her love for me and her complete disregard of any position I may hold in this realm. Now, Father Ambrose, I ask you several questions. Is it in consonance with the rules of the Church that a marriage be solemnized in this chapel?" "Yes." "Are you entitled to perform the ceremony?" "Yes." "Is it possible this ceremony can be performed tomorrow?" "Yes." "Will you therefore attend to the necessary preliminaries, of which I am vastly ignorant, and say at what hour the Countess and I may present ourselves in this chapel?" "The Archbishop of Cologne is guardian to her ladyship. Will you bring me his sanction?" "Ah, Father Ambrose, there is just the point. So far as concerns himself, I doubt not that the Archbishop is the most unambitious of men, but to the marriage of his ward with a sword-maker, I fear he would refuse consent which he would gladly give to a marriage with an emperor." The monk hung his head, and pondered on the proposition. At last he said, "Why not ask my lord the Archbishop?" "I dare not venture. Too much is at stake. She might be carried away to any castle in Germany. Remember that Cologne has already acquiesced in her imprisonment, and but that the iron chain of the Pfalzgraf brought me to her prison door. The iron chain, do I say? 'Twas the hand of God that directed me to her,
And now, with the help of him who guided me, not all the archbishops in Christendom shall prevent our marriage. No, Father Ambrose, pile on yourself all the futile penances you can adopt. They are useless, for they do not remedy the wrong you have committed. And now, good night to your reverence." The young man strode towards the door. "My son," said the quiet voice of the priest, "when you were on your knees just now, did you pray for remission from anger?" Roland whirled round. "Mea culpa, as you said just now. Father Ambrose, I ask your pardon. I made an unfair use of your mistake to coerce you. You were quite right in relating what your own eyes saw here in Frankfurt, and although the inference drawn was wrong, you were not to blame for that. I recognize your scruples, but nevertheless protest that already I possess the sanction of the Archbishop, which has never been withdrawn. Prince Roland, if you bring hither the Countess Fontaine tomorrow afternoon, when the bells strike 3, I will marry you, and gladly accept whatever penances ensue. I fear the monk's robe has not crushed out all the impulses of the same blood. In my case, perhaps, it has only covered them. And now, good night, and God's blessing fall upon you and her you are to marry." Roland went directly from the chapel to his own room, where he slept the sleep of one who has made up his mind. Nevertheless, it was not a dreamless sleep, for throughout the night he seemed to hear the tramp of armed men marching upon unconscious Frankfurt, and this sound was so persistent that at last he woke, yet still it continued. Springing up in alarm, and flinging wide the wooden shutters of his window, he was amazed to see that the sun was already high, while the sound that disturbed him was caused by a procession of heavy-footed horses, dragging over the cobblestones carts well laden with farm produce. Having dressed and finished breakfast, he wrote a letter to the Archbishop of Mayence. "My Lord Archbishop, there are some important proposals which I wish to make to the electors, and as it is an unwritten rule that I should not communicate with them separately, I beg of you to convene a meeting tomorrow in the Walzimmer at the hour of midday. Perhaps it is permissible to add, for your own information, that while my major proposition has to do with the relief of Frankfurt, the minor suggestions I shall make will have the effect of clearing away obstacles that at present obstruct your path, and I venture to think that what I say will meet with your warmest approval." It was so necessary that this communication should reach the Archbishop as soon as possible, that Roland became his own messenger, and himself delivered the document at the Archbishop's palace. As he turned away, he was startled by a hand being placed on his shoulder, with a weight suggesting an action of arrest rather than a greeting of friendship. He turned quickly and saw the lieutenant who had so discourteously used him in the square. There was, however, no menace in the officer's countenance. "Still thrusting your sword at people?" "Yes, Lieutenant, and very harmlessly. 'Tis a bloodless combat I wage with the sword. I praise its construction, and leave to superiors like yourself, sir, the proving of its quality." "You are an energetic young man, and we of Mayence admire competence whether shown by mechanic or noble. Was the letter you handed in just now addressed to his lordship?" "Yes, Lieutenant." "'Twill be quite without effect." "It grieves me to hear you say so, sir." "Take my advice, and make no effort to see the Archbishop until after the election. I judge you to be a sane young fellow, for whom I confess a liking. You are the only man in Frankfurt who has unhesitatingly told me the exact truth, and I have not yet recovered from my amazement. Now, when you return to your frugal room in Sachsenhausen, you do not attempt to reach it by mounting the stairs with one step." "Naturally not, Lieutenant." "Very well. When the Emperor is proclaimed, come you to me. I'll introduce you to my superior, and he, if impressed with your weapon, will take you a step higher, and thus you will mount until you come to an officer who may give you an astonishing order." "I thank you, Lieutenant, and hope later to avail myself of your kindness." The lieutenant slapped him on the shoulder, and wished him good luck. As Roland pushed his way through the crowd, he said to himself with a sigh, "I regret not being emperor, if only for the sake of young fellows like that." Frankfurt was transformed as if a magician had waved his wand over it.
The streets swarmed with people. Farmers' vehicles of every description added to the confusion, and Roland frowned as he noticed how badly organized had been the preparations for coping with this sudden influx of food. But he also saw that the men of Mayence had taken a hand in the matter, and were rapidly bringing method out of chaos. The uniforms of Cologne or Treves were seldom seen, while the quiet but firm soldiers of Mayence were everywhere ordering to their homes those already served and clearing the way for the empty-handed. At last Roland reached the palace of Cologne, through a square thronged with people. Within he found his mother and the countess, seated in a room whose windows overlooked the square, watching the stirring scene presented to them. Having saluted his mother, he greeted the girl with a quiet pressure of the hand. "What is the cause of all this commotion?" asked the Empress. Roland tapped his breast. "I am the cause, mother." And he related the history of the relief committee, and if appreciation carries with it gratification, his was the advantage of knowing that the two women agreed he was the most wonderful of men. "But indeed, mother," continued Roland, "I selfishly rob you of the credit. The beginning of all this was really your gift to me of 500 thalers. That time I came to crave your assistance in procuring me this document I still carry, and without your thalers and the parchment, this never could have happened. So you see they have increased like the loaves and fishes of Holy Writ, and thus feed the multitude." Her Majesty arose, smiling. "Ah, Roland," she said, kissing him, "you always gave your mother more credit than she deserved. It wrung my heart at the time that I was so scant of money." Then, pleading fatigue, the Empress left the room. "Hilda," cried the young man, "when you and I discuss things, those things become true. Yesterday we agreed that the imperial throne was not so enviable a seat as a chair by the domestic hearth. Today I propose to secure the chair at the hearth, and tomorrow I shall freely give up the imperial throne." The girl uttered an exclamation that seemed partly concurrence and partly dismay, but she spoke no word, gazing at him intently as he strode up and down the room, and listening with eagerness. Walking backwards and forwards, looking like an enthusiastic boy, he very graphically detailed the situation as he had learned it from Grusel. "Now you see, my dear, any opposition to the Archbishop of Mayence means a conflict, and supposing in that conflict our friends were to win, the victory would be scarcely less disastrous than defeat. I at once made up my mind, fortified by my knowledge of your opinion on the subject, that for all the kingships in the world I could not be the cause of civil dissension." "That is a just and noble decision," she said, speaking for the first time. Then, standing before her, the young man in more moderate tone related what had happened and what had been said in the chapel of the Benedictine Fathers. She looked up at him, earnest face aglow, during the first part of his recital, and now and then the sunshine of a smile flickered at the corners of her mouth as she recognized her kinsman in her lover's repetition of his words. But when it came to the question of a marriage, her eyes sank to the floor and remained there. "Well, Hilda," he said at last, "have you the courage to go with me, all unadvised, all unchaperoned, to the chapel this afternoon at 3 o'clock?" She rose slowly, still without looking at him, placed her hands on his shoulders, then slipped them round his neck, laying her cheek beside his. "It requires no courage, Roland," she whispered, "to go anywhere if you are with me. I need to call up my courage only when I think with a shudder of our being separated." Some minutes elapsed before conversation was resumed. "Where is the Archbishop?" asked Roland, in belated manner remembering his host. "He and the Count Palatine went out together about an hour since. I think they were somewhat disturbed at the unusual commotion, and desired to know what it meant. Do you want to consult my guardian after all?" "Not unless you desire me to do so." "I wish only what you wish, Roland." "I am glad his lordship is absent. Let us to the garden, Hilda, and discover a quiet exit if we can." A stout door was found in the wall to the rear, almost concealed with shrubbery. The bolts were strong and rusted in, but the prowess of Roland overcame them, and he drew the door partially open. It looked out upon a narrow alley with another high wall opposite. Roland looked up and down the lane and saw it was completely deserted. "This will do excellently," he said, shoving the door shut again, but without thrusting the bolts into position. He took her 2 hands in his. "Dearest, noblest, sweetest of girls, I must now leave you. Await me here at 1:30. I go out by this door, for it is necessary I should know exactly where the alley joins a main street. It would be rather embarrassing if you were standing here, and Father Ambrose looking for us in the chapel, while I was frantically searching for and not finding the lane." Some time in advance of the hour set, the impatient young man kept the appointment he had made, and when the Countess appeared exactly on the minute, he held open the door for her. Then, drawing it shut behind him, they were both out in the city of Frankfurt together. Roland's high spirits were such that he could scarcely refrain from dancing along at her side. "I'd like to take your hand," he said, "and swing it and show you the sights of the city, as if we were 2 young people in from the country." "I am a country girl, please to remember," said the Countess. "I know nothing of Frankfurt, or indeed of any other large town." "I am glad of that, for there is much to see in Frankfurt. We will make for the cathedral, that beautiful red building, splendid and grand, where we should have been married with great and useless ceremony if I had been crowned emperor. But I am sure the simple chapel in the working town of Sachsenhausen better suits a sword maker and his bride." Now they came out into the busy street, which seemed more thronged than ever. In making their way to the cathedral, the mob became so dense that progression was difficult. The current seemed setting in one direction, and it carried them along with it. Hildegund took the young man's arm and clung close to him. "They are driving us, whether we will or no, towards our old enemy, the Archbishop of Mayence. That is his palace facing the square. There is some sort of demonstration going on," cried Roland, as cheer after cheer ascended to the heavens. "How grim and silent the palace appears, all shuttered as if it were a house of the dead. Somehow it reminds me of Mayence himself. I had pictured him occupying a house of gloom like that." "Do you think we are in any danger?" asked the girl. "The people seem very boisterous." "Oh, no danger at all. This mob is in the greatest good humor. Listen to their heart-stirring cheers. The people have been fed. That is the reason of it." "Is that why they cheer? It sounds to me like an ovation to the Archbishop." "Listen to them. 'Long live Mayence! God bless the Archbishop!' There is no terror in those shouts." Nevertheless, his lordship of Mayence had taken every precaution. The shutters of his palace were tightly closed, and along the whole front of the edifice a double line of soldiers was ranged under the silent command of their officers. They stood still and stiffly as stone-graven statues in front of a cathedral. The cheers rang unceasingly. Then, suddenly, as if the sinister palace opened one eye, shutters were turned away from a great window giving upon the portico above the door. The window itself was then thrown wide. Cheering ceased, and in the new silence, from out the darkness, there stepped with great dignity an old man, gorgeous in his long robes of office, and surmounting that splendid intellectual head rested the mitred hat of an archbishop. After the momentary silence, the cheers seemed to storm the very door of the sky itself, but the old man moved no muscle, and no color tinged his wan face. "By the kings," whispered Roland, during a temporary lull, "what a man! There stands power embodied, and yet I venture 'tis his first taste of popularity. I am glad we have seen this sight, both mob and master. How quick are the people to understand who is the real ruler of Germany! I wish he were my friend." Slowly, the archbishop raised his open hands, holding them for a moment in benediction over the vast assemblage. Once more the cheers died away, and every head was bowed. Then the archbishop was in his place no longer. Unseen hands closed the windows, and a moment later the shutters blinded it. The multitude began to dissolve, and the 2 wanderers found their way become clearer and clearer. Together they entered the empty, red cathedral, and together knelt down in a secluded corner. After some minutes passed thus, Roland remembered that the hour of 2 had struck while they were gazing at the Archbishop. Gently he touched the hand of his companion. They rose and walked slowly through the great church. "There," he whispered, "is where the Emperor is crowned. The Archbishop of Mayence always performs that ceremony, so, after all, there is some justification for his self-assumed leadership." Again out into the sunshine they walked to the Fargrass, and then to the bridge, where the Countess paused with an expression of delight at the beauty of the waterside city, glorified by the westering sun. Crossing the river and going down the Bruckenstrasse of Sachsenhausen, Roland said, referring to people who are not emperors, "That is my room at the corner, where I lived when supposed to be in prison." "Is that where you made your swords?" she asked. "No, Grusel's workshop and mine is farther along that side street. It is a grimy shop of no importance, but here, on the other side, we have an edifice that counts. That low building is the Benedictine monastery, and this is its little chapel." The Countess made no comment, but stood looking at it for a few moments, until her thoughts were interrupted by the solemn tones of a bell striking 3. Roland went up the steps, and held open the door while she passed in. Then, removing his hat, he followed her. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Swordmaker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Swordmaker by Robert BARR. Chapter 24. Long live their Majesties. The most anxious man in all Frankfurt was not to be found among the mighty who ruled the empire, or among the merchants who trafficked therein, or among the people who starved when there was no traffic. The most anxious man was a small, fussy individual of great importance in his own estimation, cringing to those above him, denouncing those beneath. Herr Dunberg, master of the Romer, in other words, the keeper of the town hall. The great masters whom this little master served were imperious and unreasonable. They gave him too little information regarding their intentions, yet if he failed in his strict duty towards them, they would crush him as ruthlessly as if he were a wasp. Unhappy Durnberg! Every morning he expected the electoral court to be convened that day, and every evening he was disappointed. It was his first duty to lay out upon the table in that great room, the Kaisersaal, a banquet, to be partaken of by the newly made emperor, and by the 7 potentates who elected him. It was also his duty to provide 2 huge tanks of wine, one containing the ruby liquor pressed out at Osmanshausen, the other the straw-colored beverage that had made Hochheim famous. These tanks were connected by pipes with the plain, unassuming fountain standing opposite the town hall in that square called the Romerberg. The moment an election took place, Herr Dunberg turned off the flow of water from the fountain, and turned on the flow of wine. Thus for an hour and a half there poured from the northward pointing spout of the fountain the rich red wine of Osmanshausen, and from the southern spout the delicate white wine of Hochheim. Now, wine will keep for a long time, but a dinner will not, so the distracted Durnberg prepared banquet after banquet for which there were no consumers. At last, thought Herr Dunberg, his vigilance was about to be rewarded. There came up the broad, winding stair to the landing on which opened the great doors of the Kaisersaal, 2 joyous-looking young people, evidently lovers, and with the hilt of his sword the youth knocked against the stout panels of the door. It was Herr Dunberg himself who opened, and he said haughtily, "The Romer is closed and will not be free to strangers until after the election." "We enter nevertheless. I am Prince Roland, here to meet the court of electors, who convene at midday in the adjoining Walzimmer. You, Romer Meister, will announce to their august lordships that I am here, and, when their will is expressed, summon me to audience with them." Herr Dunberg bowed almost to the polished floor, and, flinging open both doors, retreated backwards, still bent double as he implored them to enter. locking the doors, for the electors would reach the Walzimmer through a private way, to be used by none but themselves. The bustling Dernberg produced 2 chairs, which he set by the windows in the front, and again running the risk of falling on his nose, bowed his distinguished visitors to seats where they might entertain themselves by watching the enormous crowd that filled the Romerberg from end to end, for every man in Frankfurt knew an election was impending, and it was after the banquet, when the wine began to flow in the fountain, that the new emperor exhibited himself to his people by stepping from the Kaisersaal out upon the balcony in front of it. "Do you feel any shyness about meeting this formidable conclave? Remember, you have at least 2 good friends among them." The girl placed her hand in his, and looked affectionately upon him. "When you are with me, Roland, I am afraid of nothing." "I should not ask you to pass through this ordeal were it not for your guardian. His astonishment at the announcement of our marriage will be so honest and unacted that even the suspicious Mayence cannot accuse him of connivance in what we have done. Of course, the strength of my position is that I have but carried out the formal requests of their 3 lordships, a request which has never been rescinded." Before she could reply, the hour of 12 rang forth. The deferential Herr Dunberg entered from the Walzimmer and softly approached them. "Your Highness," he said, "my lords the electors request your presence in the Walzimmer." "How many are there, Romermeister?" "There are 4, your Highness, the 3 archbishops and the Count Palatine." "Ah," breathed Roland, relieved that Mayence had not called up his reserve, and assured now that the 7th elector had not arrived. With a glance of encouragement at his wife, Roland passed into the presence. Herr Dunberg, anxious about the outcome, showed an inclination to close the door and remain inside, but a very definite gesture from Mayence wafted the good man to outer regions. Mayence opened the proceedings. "Yesterday I received a communication from your Highness requesting me to convene this court. I am as ignorant as my colleagues regarding the subjects to be placed before us. I therefore announce to you that we are prepared to listen." "I thank you, my lord of Mayence," began the prince very quietly. "When first I had the honor of meeting your 3 lordships in the castle of Ehrenfels, I signed certain documents, and came to an agreement with you upon other verbal requests. I am not yet a man of large experience, but at that time, although comparatively few days have elapsed, I was a mere boy, trusting in the good faith of the whole world, knowing nothing of its chicanery. Since then I have been through a bitter school, learning bitter lessons, but I am nevertheless encouraged, in that for every man of treachery and deceit I meet 2 who are trustworthy." "Pardon me," said Mayence suavely. "I did not understand that the discourse you proposed was to be a sermon. If your theme is a lecture on morality, I beg to remind you that this Walzimmer is a place of business, and what you say is better suited to a chapel or even a church than to the election chamber of the Empire." "I am sorry, my lord," said Roland humbly. "If my introduction does not meet your approval, I assure to you that the very opposite was my intention. My purpose is to show you why a change has come over me and in order. Once more I regret interrupting, but the reason for whatever change has occurred can be of little interest to anyone but yourself. You begin by making vague charges of dishonesty, treachery, and what not against some person or persons unknown. May I ask you to be definite? Is it your lordship's wish that I should mention names?" Cologne showed signs of uneasiness. Travis looked in bewilderment from one to another of his colleagues. The Count Palatine sat deeply interested, his elbows on the table, his massive chin supported by huge hands. "Your Highness is the best judge whether names should be mentioned or not," said Mayence quite calmly, as if his withers were unwrung. "But you must see that if you hint at conspiracy and bafflement, certain inferences are likely to be drawn. Since the time you speak of, there has been no opportunity for you to meet your fellow men. Therefore these inferences are apt to take the color that reference is made to one or the other of the 3 personages you did meet. I therefore counsel you either to abstain from innuendo, or explain explicitly what you mean. I the more willingly bow to your lordship's decision, because it is characterized by that wisdom which accompanies every word your lordship utters. I shall therefore designate good men and bad." Mayence gazed at the young man in amazement, but merely said, "Proceed, sir, on your perilous road." "I am the head of a gang of freebooters. When this company left Frankfurt under my command, we appeared to be all of one mind. My gang consisted entirely of ironworkers, well-set-up young fellows in splendid physical condition. Yet before I was gone a day on our journey, I found myself confronted by mutiny. A man named Kurzbold was the leader of this rebellion, a treacherous hound whom I sentenced to death. The two who stood by me were Grusel and Eberhard. Therefore I told you that when I met one villain, I encountered two trustworthy men." "When did this happen?" asked Mayence. "And what was the object of your freebooting expedition?" "High heaven!" cried the Archbishop of Cologne, unable longer to restrain his impatience when he saw the fatal trend of the prince's confession. "What madness has overcome you? Can you not see the effect of these disturbing disclosures?" The prince smiled and answered first the last question. "'Tis an honest confession, my lord, of what may be considered a dishonest practice. It is information that should be within your knowledge before you sit down to elect an emperor." "When did this happen, my lord of Mayence?" he continued, turning to the chairman. "It happened when you thought I was your prisoner in Ehrenfels. Never for a day did you hold me there. I roamed the country at my pleasure. I examined leisurely and effectively the defenses of nearly every castle on the Rhine from the town of Bonn to your own city of Mayence. The object of our expedition, you ask? It was to loot the stolen treasure of the robber castles, and incidentally it resulted in the destruction by fire of Fürstenberg. The marauding excursion ended at Pfalz, where I lightened the Pfalzgraf of his wealth, and liberated the Countess von Sayn, unlawfully imprisoned within that fortress." "By the Three Kings!" cried the Count Palatine, bringing his huge fist down on the table like the blow of a sledgehammer. "You are a man, and I glory that it is my privilege to vote for you." "I agree with my brother of Cologne," said Treves, speaking for the first time, "that this young man does not properly weigh the inevitable result of his terrible words. I vote, of course, with my lord of Mayence. But such a vote will be most reluctantly given for a self-confessed burglar and incendiary." "Be not too hasty, gentlemen," counseled Mayence. "We are not met here to cast votes. Your Highness, I complained a moment ago of lack of interest in your recital. I beg to withdraw that plea. After having heard you, I agree that the Countess was unjustly imprisoned. She was accurate in her estimate of your character." "I think not, my lord. I do not regard myself as burglar, incendiary, thief, or robber. I call myself rather a restorer of stolen property. I shed no blood, which in itself is a remarkable feature of action so drastic as mine. The incendiarism was merely incidental, forced upon me by the fact that the Red Margrave tied up 18 of my men, whom he proposed presently to hang. I diverted his attention from this execution by the first method that occurred to me, namely the firing of his castle. In my letter to you yesterday, my lord, I promised to clear away certain obstacles from your path. I therefore remove one, by saying that an object of this conference is my own renunciation of the emperorship. Thus, while I thank my Lord Count for his preferred franchise, I quiet the mind of my Lord of Treves by assuring him his defection has no terror for me. And now, my Lord of Mayence, will you listen carefully to my suggestion?" "Prince Roland," replied his lordship, almost with geniality, "I have never heard so graphic a narrator in my life. Proceed, I beg of you." "When our band of cutpurses set out from Frankfurt, they supposed the gold was to be shared equally among us. Mutiny taught me to use the arts of diplomacy, which I despise. I hoped to attain such influence over them that they would agree to abjure wealth for the benefit of Frankfurt. I am happy to say that I accomplished my object, so that yesterday and today you have witnessed the results of my efforts. The relief of a starving city. I merely removed the wealth of robbers to benefit those whom they robbed. Knowing the dangerous feeling actuating this town against your lordships, I caused proclamation to be made crediting this relief to the archbishops. My lord of Mayence,
when yesterday I saw you appear on your own balcony. The most stern, the most dignified figure I ever beheld. When I heard the ringing cheers that greeted you, when I realized as never before the majesty of your genius, I cursed the stupid decree of fate that denied me your friendship. What could we not have accomplished together for the fatherland? I, with my youth and energy, under the tutelage of your wisdom and experience. You tasted there, probably for the first time in your life, the intoxicating cup of popularity, yet it affected you no more than if you had drunk of the fountain in the Romerberg. Now, my lords, here is what I ask of you, and it will show how much I would have depended upon you had I been chosen to the position at first proposed to me. I request of you, my lord of Trevis, to remove your 3,000 troops to the other side of the Rhine. I shall do nothing of the sort, blurted Trevis, amazed at the absurd proposal. Roland went on, unheeding. I ask you, my lord of Cologne, to march your troops to Oschmenhagen. You indeed babble like the boy you said you were, cried the indignant Cologne. You show no grasp of statesmanship. A faint smile quivered on the thin lips of Mayence at his colleague's ill-disguised fear at leaving him the man in possession so far as Frankfurt was concerned. The naive proposal which angered his two brethren merely amused Mayence. This young man's absurdity was an intellectual treat. Roland smiled in sympathy as he turned towards him, but his next words banished all expression of pleasure from the face of Mayence. I hope to succeed better with you, my lord. Of course I recognize I have no standing with this court since my refusal of the gift you intended to bestow. I ask you to draft into this city 7,000 men. Then after a pause, the 7,000 will not have far to march, my lord. He caught an expression almost of fear in the archbishop's eyes, which were quickly veiled, but his lordship's tone was as unwavering as ever when he asked, What do you mean by that? I mean that the city of Mayence is nearer to Frankfurt than either Cologne or Treves. Your geographical point is undeniable. What am I to do with my 10,000 once they are here? My lord, I admire the rigid discipline of your men, and estimate from that the genius of organization possessed by your officers, a genius imparted, I believe, by you. No one knows better than I the state of confusion which this effort at relief has brought upon the city. I suggest that your capable officers divide this city into cantons, proclaim martial law, and deliver to every inhabitant rations of food as if each man, woman, and child were a member of your army. Meanwhile, the merchants should be relieved of a task for which they have proved their incapacity, and turn their attention to commerce. This relief at best must be temporary. The vital task is to open the Rhine. The merchants will load every barge on the river with goods, and this flotilla the armies of Treves and Cologne will escort in safety to the latter city. In passing, they will deliver an ultimatum to every castle, demanding a contribution in gold towards the further relief of Frankfurt, until commerce readjusts itself, and assuring each nobleman that if this commerce is molested, his castle shall be forfeited, and himself imprisoned or hanged. Quite an effective plan, I think, your highness, to which I willingly agree, if you can assure me of the support of my two colleagues, which I regret to say has already been refused. His lordship looked from one to another, but neither withdrew his declaration. Prince Roland, continued Mayence, we seem to have reached a deadlock, and I fear its cause is that distrust of one human being toward another that you deplored a while ago. I confess myself, however, so pleased with the trend of your mind as exhibited in your conversation with us, that I am desirous to know what further proposals you care to make, now that our mutual good intentions have led us into an impasse. Willingly, my lord, I propose that you at once proceed to the election of an emperor, for the delay in his choosing has already caused an anxiety and attention dangerous to the peace of the country. That is easier said than done, your highness. Having yourself eliminated the one on whom we were agreed, it seems to me you should at least suggest a substitute. Again, willingly, my lord, you should choose some quiet, conservative man, and, if possible, one well known to the citizens of Frankfurt, and held in good esteem by the people everywhere. He should be a man of middle age. Mayence's eyes began to close again, and his lips to tighten. And if he had some experience in government, that would be all to the good. One already married is preferable to a bachelor, for then no delicate considerations regarding a woman can arise, as, I need not remind your lordship, have arisen in my own case. A man of common sense should be selected, who would not make rash experiments with the ideals of the German people, as a younger and less balanced person might be tempted to do. That he should be a good churchman goes without saying. A truce, cried Mayence sternly. Again we are running into a moral catalogue impossible of embodiment. Is there any such man in your mind, or are you merely treating us to a counsel of perfection? Notwithstanding my pessimism, said Roland, I still think so well of my countrymen as to believe there are many such. Not to make any recommendation to those so much better qualified to judge than I, but merely to give a sample, I mention the Grand Duke Karl of Hesse, who fulfills every requirement I have named. For what seemed to the onlookers a tense period of suspense, the old man seated and the young man standing gazed intently at one another. Mayence knew at once that in some manner unknown to him the prince had fathomed his intentions, that his highness alone knew why the election had been delayed, yet the prince conveyed this knowledge directly to the person most concerned, in the very presence of those whom Mayence desired to keep ignorant, without giving them the slightest hint anent the actual state of affairs. The favourable opinion which the archbishop had originally formed of Roland and Ehrenfels during this conference became greatly augmented. Even the most austere of men is more or less susceptible to flattery, and yet in flattering him Roland had managed to convey his own sincerity in this laudation. We will suppose the Grand Duke Karl elected, Mayence said at last. What then? Why then, my lord, the 3 differing bodies of troops at present occupying Frankfurt would be withdrawn, and the danger line crossed over to the right side. Mayence now asked a question that in his own mind was crucial. Once more he would tempt the young man to state plainly what he actually knew. Can your highness give us any reason why you fear danger from the presence of troops commanded by 3 friendly men like my colleagues and myself? My fear is that the hands of one or the other of you may be forced, and I can perhaps explain my apprehension better by citing an incident to which I have already alluded. I had not the slightest intention of burning Castle Furstenberg, but suddenly my hand was forced. I was responsible for the safety of my men. I hesitated not for one instant to fire the castle. Of the peaceful intentions of my lords the archbishops there can be no question, but at any moment a street brawl between the soldiers, say, of Cologne and Treves, may bring on a crisis that can only be quelled by bloodshed. Do you see my point? Yes, your highness, I do, and your point is well taken. I repose such confidence in our future emperor that voluntarily I shall withdraw my troops from Frankfurt at once. Furthermore, I shall open the Rhine, by sending along its banks the ultimatum you propose, not supported by my army, but supported by the name of the Archbishop of Mayence, and I shall be interested to know what baron on the Rhine dare flout that title. Will you accept my aid, Prince Roland? I accept it, my lord, with deep gratitude, knowing that it will prove effective. His lordship rose in his place. I said this was not an electoral court. I rise to announce my mistake. We electors here gathered together form a majority. I propose to you the name of Prince Roland, son of our late emperor. My lord, cried Roland, raising his hand, you do not know all. Patient heaven, cried the irritated archbishop, you make too much of us as father confessors. Do not tell us now you have been guilty of assassination. No, my lord, but you should know that I have married the Lady Hildegund, Countess von Sayn, whom you have already rejected as Empress. Well, if you have accepted the dame, the balance is redressed. I am not sure, but you made an excellent choice. It was now the turn of the amazed Archbishop of Cologne to rise to his feet. What his highness says is impossible! The Lady von Sayn has been in my care ever since she entered Frankfurt, and I pledge my word she has never left my palace. We were married yesterday at 3 o'clock in the chapel of the Benedictine Fathers, and in the presence of 4 of them. We left your palace, my lord, by a door which you may discover in the wall of your garden, near the summer house, and my wife is present in the adjoining room to implore your forgiveness. Cologne collapsed into his chair, and drew a hand across his bewildered brow. The situation appeared to amuse Mayence. "I wish your highness had withheld this information until I was sure that my brother of Trevis will vote with me, as he promised. My lord of Trevis, you heard my proposition. May I count on your concurrence?" Trevis's house of cards fell so suddenly to the ground that, under the compelling eyes of Mayence, he could do no more than stammer his acquiescence. "I vote for the prince," he said in tones barely audible. "And you, my lord of Cologne?" "I," said Cologne gruffly. "The Count Palatine?" "Yes," thundered the latter. "A choice that meets my full approval. And I speak now for the Empress as well as the Emperor." "Durnberg!" cried Mayence, raising his voice. The doors were instantly opened, and the cringing Romermeister appeared. "Is the banquet prepared?" "Ready to lay on the table, my lord." "The wine for the fountains?" "Needs but the turning of the tap, my lord." "Order up the banquet, turn the tap, and as the new emperor is unknown to the people, cause heralds with trumpets to set out and proclaim the election of Prince Roland of Frankfurt." "Yes, my lord." The Archbishop of Mayence led the way out into the Grand Kaisersaal, and the new Empress rose from her chair, standing there, her face white as the costume she wore. Mayence advanced to her, bending his grey head over the hand he took in his own. "Your Majesty," he said gravely, and this was her first hint of the outcome, "I congratulate you upon your marriage, as I have already congratulated your husband." "My lord Archbishop," she said in uncertain voice, "you cannot blame me for obeying you." "I think my poor commands would have been futile were it not for the assistance lent me by His Majesty." The salutations of the others were drowned by the cheers of the great assemblage in the Romerburg. The red wine and white had begun to flow, and the people knew what had happened. In the intervals between the clangor of the trumpets, they heard that a prince of their own town had been elected, so all eyes turned to the Romer, and cries of "The Emperor! The Emperor!" issued from every throat. The multitude felt that a new day was dawning. "I believe," said Mayence, "that hitherto only the Emperor has appeared on the balcony. But today I suggest a precedent. Let Emperor and Empress appear before the people." He motioned to Herr Durnberg, and the latter flung open the tall windows. Then Roland, taking his wife's hand, stepped out upon the balcony. End of chapter 24. Recording by Campbell Shelp. End of The Sword Maker by Robert BARR.